This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
An absolutely glorious morning. The first sunrise we've been able to see for a week after a bit of a gloomy start to our week. But what a fantastic sunrise. Welcome to your safari live from the African bush. Well, we could not have asked for a better sunrise to start our safari this morning. Absolutely glorious. After a few days of nice and cold, there's an air of excitement. What might we find also enjoying the sun this morning? I think some amazing animals sitting out in the open somewhere, warming up after a very, very cold and blustery end of winter's few days. I'm glad to have you here. I am Mike, and behind the camera is Odie. Of course, you've joined us here at Pridelands Conservancy with Eco Training. And yeah, as I said, who knows what we might find? We actually came to this bit of a high area to see if we could hear. We heard lots of things this morning, from leopards calling in the distance. We had lions calling and lots of hyena activity. So we're hoping that this translates to something calling now whilst we're up here, so we can get a bit of a confirmed direction on which way we should travel this morning. To be honest, I'd like to travel straight into the sunrise because it looks amazing. You can see there's even this very, very cold morning. You can see the mist and fog that's settled in the valleys below us. It looks really, really beautiful. It's like a lake of fog reflecting the sun's golden glow back at us. It actually is glorious. Amazing. What might be hidden down there in these valleys, we will never know until we go and adventure there.
Jumbo, and hello, everybody. A very warm welcome to our morning safari. I am in the Maasai Mara of Kenya. Beautiful herd of elephants. Perfect light, I can't believe it. They just moved on the other side of the vehicle and they just came round. And very good morning to all of you. My name is David. And on camera with me this morning is Bungay. Very excited to have all of you on board. And it's a rather warm, I would say warm, it's much warmer here in the Mara than it is in South Africa because it's 15 degrees Celsius or 59 degrees Fahrenheit. And as we have always told you, it gives us lots of joy when we hear from you. And I'm talking of you sending us some comments or any questions that you may have. And as usual, you can tweet to us and using hashtag CGTNWorld or hashtag World Earth. For the youngsters, kids, you can do the same by sending us emails, kids@worldearth.tv, or rather kids questions at worldearth.tv. Look at those two young calves there in this small herd of elephants. They feed as they move. Now the calves in the middle there are fully grown and they can comfortably eat grass. It's interesting. You rarely hear elephants moving in the grass. The only thing you might hear is when they uproot the grass using their very strong trunks. But they're very soft because they got very, their feet are padded. That's the last one in that particular herd. You can just hear them uprooting the grass. Uproot some. Sometimes shake it a little bit. Get rid of a bit of soil and then put it in the mouth. And I think they're heading to some place to have a drink. Because if you look at the tree line in the back there, that is the Maro River on the other side. Well, a good way to start with elephants. And my plans are possibly to look for some cats for you at one point.
Hello and welcome to and beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, where we've managed to find this African white-backed vulture sitting not very high off of the ground, sunning itself in the morning light. My name is Damon, and behind the camera this morning is Craig, and we're going to be exploring the open plains of our reserve today in search of just about anything. But we'll be looking for lions, as well as a little bit later maybe some rhinos. In the meantime though, like I said, we've found this white-backed vulture that's perched pretty low to the ground. That's not very high at all. I mean, you can see the ground there just beneath him. And just having a scan around using my binoculars, looking at all the prominent dead trees around us, there's quite a few of these white-backed vultures all perched. And I've been looking at them to see if any of them have got full crops. Let's have a quick look at this one. Have a look at its chest there. And see, there isn't really a bulge of bare skin coming through the feathers there. So that tells us this vulture has not eaten recently. And of course a big concentration of vultures like this, all perched in a pretty confined area, it's not a guarantee, but it is often an indicator that there is some kind of a carcass nearby. And we can often use the presence of vultures to help us in our search for things like lions. So we're going to have a close look around here to see if we can find any signs of that carcass and of the lions, if they are around. But it's quite a pretty view that we've got of this vulture. Look at the lovely golden light coming onto him from the right-hand side of the screen there. The sun already quite far up in the sky, but having just peaked above the mountains that are to our east. Marcel, you're asking if vultures live in family groups. Marcel, no, they do not. The reason that we often see them so close together is that they just get brought into close contact by the availability of food. So, of course, they all feed on carcasses, and so all the vultures in an area will all congregate around a food source if there is one. Marcel, they typically will form pairs when it is the mating season, the breeding season, but for the rest of the time they'll kind of just randomly associate with each other based on where the most food is. A couple of birds flying in the background there, just behind the vulture. Couldn't quite see what they were. Craig had a good look. He said it looked like some white crested homitrix flitting around. Okay, I think Craig and I are going to, like we said, go and have a close look around underneath all these trees where all these vultures are and see if we can find if there is a carcass nearby.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Wildlife Live. My name's Andrew. Behind the camera is Theo. And of course, vultures are something that, they can show you where exactly the kill is if there's a predator still around. And here we got a beautiful impala, and then we just stop here because of early morning. Sometimes if there's anything around them, you can able to tell that. But since we stop here, it doesn't seem to be showing any sign of getting worried or look around, and they're all just relaxed, busy feeding, some chewing their cud. So it could be that maybe everything's okay with them. They haven't seen or disturbed for the last couple of hours they've been around. Well, looks like beautiful sunny. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful sun today. Already can tell looking at them there, so they're all shiny. Sorry, I just missed that question. Rebecca, can you repeat that? Yes, yeah, that's a really good question there. You want to know what I love most about impalas. So, since impala, they are my favorite. It comes from where every time I look at them, you find how helpful they are in terms of, allowing the other different herbivores around them, so such as a zebra, wildebeest, giraffe. Sometimes you find even baboons with them, warthogs with them. So that relationship of, helping together or help one another for a safety, it works better for such an animal. Understanding that there are one of those animal that are always on a list of a medium size by getting hunted. So everybody's looking at them as a target. But for that case, they can't be easy target because then they have a lot of eyes, they have a lot of ears. Sense of smells also mixed in that group, so they seem to survive in that way. So they are my favorite that way. Look at that male. Looks like he's got a small high rim, this male. Or he's probably just beginning of re-establishing his own high rim over here, which you're looking at about, no, it's a two male actually. So it could be that maybe they've been separated. Somehow they've just found themselves here and the other group somewhere else. The grasses. It just has a little bit of a drizzling for the last couple of days. But early in the morning like this, it helps them, to feed very well, which is like already green of a shoot grasses, and otherwise the grass is very soft. Since the dew still takes place early morning before it's hot, or it's going to be warmer for sure, the sun's up. And that's why I see them busy making sure that just before that sun take places, and they're all going to have all moistures on grasses. Fluffy, they're still cold, they look like it. And might be just during the day they will be shiny again, which is the warmer is going to be with them. So we will leave these guys and look around. Hopefully.
Craig and I have just got to a little dead tree over here, and look at how it's absolutely covered in vultures. Not just that tree there, but the one behind it, And there's even a vulture a little bit closer to us. And again, perched quite low to the ground. We've been looking quite carefully to see if there's any signs of a... Oh, look at the vultures. They're fighting on the top of the... Sorry about that, everybody. One vulture just... one on the top left decided that it wanted to perch up there, but there was already a vulture there. It's a shame. The one got bumped off its perch. I'm very sorry, everyone, but I don't know why. Whenever I see vultures like this, I can't help but think of the Jungle Book. And just imagine one vulture saying to the other, "So what you want to do?" "I don't know. What you want to do?" Now look at how some of them, especially the ones on the right, they're starting to look around quite a bit. And there's quite a steady breeze that's blowing into their faces. And with these birds being so big, being so heavy, having such a big wingspan, requires a lot of energy for them to flap their wings and fly. And they're quite reliant, therefore, on air currents, on thermals, and on the wind for them to fly as energy efficiently as possible. So they'll be waiting for the ground to heat up a little bit more, waiting for the wind to get up a bit more before they take to the air and start to soar in search of food. I'm also just thinking, if we don't find a carcass here, there's also a possibility that it's not food that they have come here after. There's quite a big waterhole not far from here, and often, especially the end of the day, vultures are quite fond of bathing. And it may be that yesterday evening all of these vultures came and had a bath in this little pan of water and then came up here to roost. But Craig and I are going to keep on searching for any signs of a carcass. If we don't have any luck, though, I think we'll move out of this area and start checking through the rest of the plains.
Well, from vultures to the most colorful bird that we got in Africa, and this is the lilac-breasted roller. And it doesn't have anything common to the vultures in terms of scavenging, because they always catch their fresh kill. Be it beetles or bees or butterflies or moths, they don't scavenge, they'll always eat fresh kill. And once in a while, you'll also see them eating snakes, very small snakes. This is the national bird of Kenya. And when I'm saying it's the most colorful bird that I ever know, it got about 8 different colors. And they come out very well, especially when you see them in flight. They got blue in them, they got turquoise in them, they got green, black, the lilac itself, white. Trying to remember which are the colors, but about 8 different colors, this small little bird here. In general, you'll always see them in twos. They're not very gregarious. And I'm just imagining she's just sunning herself, still rather cold, before they start feeding. So she may stay there for quite some time as she watches what's happening around. And then you'll see her fly down, then back to the same spot to eat what she has caught. Now, for reproduction, when you see these birds mating, they'll always mate in the air, both male and the female. And that's how they ended up getting that name, roller. And I'm sure they won't miss some insects down there where she is. Very good. We'll definitely see you later, Roland. You remember I had some little plants. To get lions for you. It's exactly what I want to do. Come, jump up. We see your beautiful colors. Please move. All right, we'll just leave the Aurora there to enjoy her day as I move on.
Every year, the red oat grass plains of the Masai Mara sway with anticipation. About 2 million grazers are about to arrive to feast on nature's bounty. They come in search of food and water, all the way from the southern plains of the Serengeti in Tanzania. Hundreds and thousands of wildebeest, zebra and gazelles follow the cracking African thunderstorms. The greening pastures and the rolling rivers. Zebras are the vanguard, eating the longer grass and exposing the shorter shoots for the wildebeest behind. But all must face the ultimate migration challenge, the Mara River. Beneath the surface lurks nature's favorite villain. With reptilian patience, they've waited 9 months for the migration feast. The herd sense the danger, but the call for food is too great. All must take the plunge, but not all will make it. For those that do, hungry predators line the banks on the other side. Survivors will feast on the tall grasses, crossing again and again, following the storms for nourishment.
Welcome back to the river. I am still sticking out, making sure we don't miss any crossing or any excitement by the river. By that I mean they haven't gone across, but it's still very exciting, and it is wonderful to see such big numbers gathering and discussing when to go across. This is the norm during this time of the year, or on this occasion where you are here waiting for them to cross. They usually mill around, looking confused, not knowing where to go, and they are allowed to do that because they are wildebeest and zebras. Like, for example, now they are leaving the river. It doesn't mean that it's the end of the unlikely crossing, or the crossing that we don't know when it's going to happen. They will go, and then it just takes one to turn back and everybody comes back. This is life. This is coming, to you from the Masai Mara in the Mara Triangle in Kenya. This is the annual wildebeest migration. It is termed as wildebeest migration, though they are not the only ones that do the migration. It's a mixture of all animals, including zebra, topi, eland, Thompson's gazelle, and even predators.
Welcome back to and Beyond Phinda. Craig and I have left the area where those vultures were, and we're busy making our way through the plains. But just as we came past this little rocky outcrop, something caught my eye. Have a look at these beautiful flowers here. Look at those long kind of yellow petals, and then the inside quite stripy and red. and they're growing all over this little rocky outcrop here, all over these stunted trees, and in amongst the shrubs and amongst the rocky crevices. And it's a kind of poison rope, or Strophanthus, and this particular one is Strophanthus gerardii, and it's a plant that we often find growing in rocky outcrops, especially in denser, more densely wooded areas here on and beyond Phinda. Quite an interesting family of plants. They are found throughout Africa, and they've got lots of different medicinal uses around the continent. As I said, it's a kind of poison rope, and so in some species and in some cultures, a poison is derived from it to use as a tipper to an arrowhead for hunting, for killing animals. And the poison is said to have an effect on the heart. So, yeah, quite a potent poison apparently. This particular one is apparently here in Southern Africa used as a lucky charm, believe it or not. It's supposed to be a lucky charm to help with the success of your crops. So if your crops are not doing so well, having this plant is supposed to bring a bit of luck to help them grow rather. But a very, very pretty flower. And this one is quite young, so have a look here at the stem. Don't know if you're able to see this kind of reddish-brown stem that's growing here with little bits of leaves coming off of it. Quite thin for now and almost like a reddish-brown color with little white dots. When the plant gets older and bigger, the vine obviously gets thicker and thicker, and it starts to grow these little corky protuberances on it that literally look like the back of a stegosaurus with big plates all over it. And then can be, when they get really big, they can hang from the tops of trees, and it looks like something out of a science fiction movie or out of a Jurassic Park movie or something like that. Yeah, very interesting little plant, very pretty, and yeah, lovely to look at. James, you're asking what are the signs of spring we've been seeing around Phinda at the moment. James, apart from a couple of flowering plants, we've been seeing lots of the different Vachellias, like the fever trees. They've been flowering, so a couple of different flowering plants that are blooming. But then also, I'll let Craig pan across there. There's a couple of beautiful fever trees there with their yellow flowers showing quite well. James, also a lot of migratory birds that we've started to see back. The Wahlberg's eagles we've started to see already, the yellow-billed kites. I'm trying to think. I think those are the only migrants that we've really seen in any kind of numbers. Also a redback shrike. We did see a redback shrike not far from here the other day. But yeah, James, we'll head out now, and if we do see any more of those interesting summer migrants coming back, more signs of spring, we'll definitely stop and show you. But for now, Craig and I are going to carry on through this little grove of fever trees and make our way further into the plains in search of those lions.
Plans are that lots of the birds are starting to do their mating displays, because springtime is when they're all going to mate and then lay their eggs, and by the time they've hatched, full summer will be on us and they'll have lots of food. So this is a southern red-billed hornbill that was just doing a little bit of a dawn chorus. Now it's just preening itself, cleaning itself and getting ready to go foraging for food as the sun rises. But just before, it was doing a little head-bobbing dance that they do as a courtship display, and to announce to any other southern yellow-billed hornbills that this is my territory. Don't come anywhere near me, because I'll chase you off. The hornbills are monogamous, so they'll stay together, a pair of them, for their whole season or even their whole life, and so they'll chase away any other hornbills that try and come into this area. But quiet now, because as soon as we turn the camera on, they get shy. But they might do it again. We're still on the hunt for any tracks and signs of the predators that we were hearing last night, and so we thought we'd just stop with this hornbill and, listen out once again. It was doing a nice display for us. You can see very well camouflaged with that speckled wing covers amongst all these sticks and branches. Oh, hello, looking straight at us. How are you doing this morning, Mr. Hornbill? cold, it looks like. And the wind is a little bit chilly, but the sun is so nice. That's why it's up here on this branch with its back to the sun, because the dark feathers will attract the heat a lot better than the light feathers. Still tucking its neck in, though, you see that? It's actually got quite a long neck for a bird. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it has any neck at all. We get lots of different hornbill species here. We get southern yellow-billed hornbills, which look exactly the same, just with the yellow bill. We get the African grey hornbills, as the name suggests, almost the same, just with a grey bill. And we get another one called a southern ground hornbill, which I hope you've all had a chance to see at some point. It's an amazing, massive bird that walks along the ground. Normally is jet black in colour, with a beautiful long bill. It's a gorgeous bird. Lolabug, you've asked if their beaks are soft when they're born. Probably softer than they are when they get bigger, but not soft. I don't think they're like jelly soft, but probably quite malleable. That's often you'll see, well, not often, but you sometimes see birds whose beaks are a little bit deformed, and maybe that's because maybe when they were in their egg and developing, their beak wasn't hard and they were squashed in a certain way, and then the beak is a bit bent. But certainly softer than they are now. This hornbill's beak is very hard and very long, and it's useful for a number of things, mostly for keeping insects. They often eat quite venomous things like scorpions and centipedes, and so that long bill keeps those things from biting or stinging them when they try and catch them to eat them. And we actually watched a hornbill the other day who had caught something. I think it was a centipede, and it was busy rubbing the centipede. Oh, there it goes. Bye-bye, Mr. Hornbill. He was busy rubbing the centipede all over a log in order to rub off the head and the venomous pincers on the front. It was very, very interesting to watch.
Yes, always interesting to watch hornbills, and they are very different from the stocks that we got here, because the hornbills will use vision to see their food. But the stock that we got here, that's called the yellow-billed stock, they use more their sense of touch than vision. On their feet, they'll always sense and detect their prey like in the water. This is a yellow-billed stock, and being called, she needs to first warm up, preening her feathers. See how long her beak is. And this is a fully grown adult. Now, you notice currently they tend to stay near fresh water. So we had some friends there who was asking us a question what we are seeing, and we told them we are watching a stock. They're like, it's not a lion? We said, no, that's our feathered friend. Now, stocks tend to remain near fresh water, and their main diet is fish. So again, as I was saying before, their feeding habits are different from the hornbills because they use their feet while in the water to sense what they could catch. And anything that moves is what they'll detect and eat. On the left there's another bat there, and that is an Egyptian geese, feeding differently from the stock. And I'm imagining her partner is not very far. Geese also fresh water, ducks. And I think it's still rather cold, and that's why they're still out. Frontel, you're asking if we get flamingos here. We do not. Flamingos tend to remain in lakes, and flamingos will be in saltwater lakes where we have the small diatoms or planktons called algae that they feed on. So in the Masai Mara, in Serengeti, we do not see flamingos. The nearest flamingos would have from here is in a lake called Lake Nakuru. And apparently that's where I come from, but we do not get to see flamingos in the Masai Mara. Basically, all the water bodies in the Masai Mara, be it rivers or streams or wells or springs, they are all fresh water. And in general, flamingos will require saline water to prosper. Well, I'll move on. You remember I had a promise or a plan to see whether I can get a predator for you. Let's see what happens.
Well, welcome back. Interesting, same as us here in Sub-Saint Juma. Don't get flamingo, but, also water, and understand there's sometimes they find very disturbed water by elephants, which they're slightly dirty, but I never seen one. Here we come across a small herd of elephant. There's only one that we can film right now, which is close to the road over here. The rest of them could be right inside of the bush. This one still get attracted by thorns, bushes there. It's amazing how this trunk would work, support the tuskers as well. Look at that. So I'm trying to see what he's doing there. Looks like he was trying to kind of like wound up those thorns before putting it in the mouth. So that tree, it's not actually height tree, it's medium tree, thorns. That's why sometimes elephant, they put the whole branches on the mouth, chop the branches by using these molars they got. A hell of a thorn in his tree here. Oh no. So they have elephants have a very strong tongue as well, and don't feel any of these thorns. And that's why you feel very comfortable there. Still quite early morning for this type of animal. When we're talking about the early morning, is that Chelsea. So elephants, they are very interesting animal. So a trunk usually could be a weapon or a hand. It's the only hand they got. So elephant without a trunk suffer a lot, which they won't able to do what that is doing right now there. So I seen elephant without a tusker. It's even better, but not without a trunk. So the trunk, it's a hand to able to feed using it. But right in the end of the trunk, it's got like a clip, which is enable animal to able to grab and put it in the mouth. I'm gonna stick around with this elephant, see if the rest of them come back to us again or not.
Have a look at this big herd of buffalo that Craig and I have managed to find. We spotted them from quite a distance away. Excuse me. While we were coming through that rocky section a little bit earlier, they're busy grazing up on a hillside here. I'll just let Craig zoom out a bit so that you can just get an idea for the size of the herd, but also the scenery that we've got here. It's absolutely breathtaking. Quite a chilly, windy morning, but look at the lovely kind of like mackerel sky and the sun coming through there, and then this grassland, all the buffalo moving through it. Pardon me. And these buffalo, look at how all of them have got their heads buried in the grass, busy feeding. The wind is coming from the left-hand side of the screen to the right. Look at how all these buffalo are walking from right to left, walking into the wind. And of course, by doing that, they'll be able to make sure, using that fantastic sense of smell of theirs, that there's no danger up ahead, no lions, or if there were, they'd be able to smell them. Give themselves an early warning. Lovely to see all different shapes and sizes in this herd. Big bulls and older females and lots of little calves. There's one particularly old looking cow just on the left hand side of your screen there. There we go, that one now in the center. Have a look at how she's lost a whole bunch of the fur on her back. Now looking at us. And sort of my favorite things about a buffalo herd is kind of the sensory almost overload that you get from being around them. There's obviously the sight of all of their bodies moving through the grass. There's the sound of them as they push through the grass, as their hooves trample the earth, and of their little grunts and bellows to each other. And there's also the smell. We can't smell them now because we're kind of parallel to them and the wind is blowing into our faces. But there's that very distinctive smell of buffalo dung as they defecate, as they walk. I know it sounds horrible, but it's not unpleasant. There's one feeding quite close to us. Oh, just look at that. Look at this one that's closest to us. Ah, she suddenly lifted her head. Look at those huge ears. And something obviously caught her attention because she was busy feeding, and suddenly she lifted her head around, or lifted her head up and started scanning around. These buffalo are just slowly moving past the front of the vehicle. So I think Craig and I are going to sit here and enjoy their company for a bit longer.
Good morning and welcome to And Beyond Ngala, where this morning we have found an African green pigeon. And it is warming up in the sun. We were busy looking for lions this morning, and we've spent some time along the riverbed, but we haven't found anything yet. Now, myself, I'm JAPIE, and behind the camera we have Gert. And we are currently checking the further western parts of the reserve this morning, trying to see if we can come across anything like zebra, giraffe, and hopefully some lion. There were lions in this area yesterday, but we are not sure exactly where they have gone to. So I think from here we're going to continue along and try and see if we pick up on any signs. Now, the vegetation in this particular part of the reserve is a little bit different than the rest. It opens up a lot more, and we have more of a knobthorn veld. So, as we can see, most of the knobthorns are flowering at this point, so it's an unbelievably beautiful area. And we've had a little bit of rain actually, and now that the sun's out, I've already started seeing small grasses starting to grow. And that's why this area would be a good area to look for general game if you're a lion. Monica, is the African green pigeon common in South Africa? At least in these parts, it's relatively common in the low-veld area, and you do find it over quite a large extent in the northeastern parts. Because of their habits, you don't always get a good view of them. But they are relatively common. Now, as you can see, it's opened up completely around us. There's a lot of dead trees nearby, and this is the perfect spot to start looking for any fresh signs of the lions.
Beautiful pigeon, you know, pigeon all over low-veld here where we are, especially during the fruiting season for a tree. Came back, closer look to the young elephant, which its mom, it just moves slightly to the right. So it's a beautiful view of how the young one was left. Looks like the mother was feeding, digging around for a root, and then left it for a baby to play with it or feed. And then she continued moving into one of the rough thorns up there. That's where she is. So it looks like it's not a big herd we thought it is. We see around 3 of them. So, and while we were here, there was like kind of a communication rumbling, which means they separated. The other one, maybe they're not far away from here, but it was not such a response that we heard. The young one is going to join the mom now. There the mom is. Looks like all thorn trees are all loved this morning. The other one we saw first was also feeding on thorns tree, and this one also doing the same. Samantha wanted to know whether elephants prefer dead or a live tree to feed on. Yes, they prefer a tree which is still alive, which is more nutritious on it. So I'm just going to move forward, and we carry on with that kind of little information in this wet tree that they got into. Now we can see the whole tree. They're not actually shy. So the tree like that, what now that elephant's doing is that taking most tip end of the branches a lot of time, which is some of these small branches, it's already new shoots of leaves. And then, but depend also if that tree is tasty enough. Of course, different soil, different taste of the trees that they prefer. Sometimes some trees are not good for them to eat, but it's kind of the same species of tree that they prefer all the time. So, and that's why sometimes you see them avoiding to feed and are going to somewhere else because they already noticed trees not healthful or good enough for them to eat. So it's actually off goes. You know, we'll leave them while they were moving on like this.
This herd of buffalo is still slowly grazing their way up along the hillside here. We've moved a little bit further down the road just to listen to the grunts and the bellows coming from them, just to get another front-on view of them and have them keep walking towards us. But it seems like now, see how they've now they're all facing in different directions. Some of them are walking from left to right, others right to left. Karen, you're asking if buffalo scent mark. And Karen, typically scent marking is something that has to do with territoriality. So it's done by animals that have set territories that they defend to keep other members of the same species out. And Karen, because buffaloes don't have territories, they kind of have home ranges, being just an area that they move through that they don't protect against other members of the same species, they don't scent mark, no. We might see some scent marking like behavior among buffalo bulls, where they'll go and they'll scrape their horns against bushes, but there aren't any glands in those horns, so there's no specific scent marks or secretions that are left on the bushes. It's more just kind of a relieving of an itch or a venting of frustration or of testosterone kind of on the poor hapless bush that normally that gets chosen for that. Look at how this one is looking at us. Look at its nostrils flaring. Taking in our scent. And now obviously deciding that we're not a threat, not any danger. But look at how whenever it looks at us, it puts its ears out like that. Listening to us. Smelling as well. As I was saying, see how the buffalo have now they're not all moving in one direction. They've started to move in different directions and they're starting to mill about. So they've obviously reached a particularly nutritious or good patch of grazing here. And it's been interesting over the last few weeks to watch how the herds of buffalo, I mentioned that they're not territorial, so they'll move wherever the best food is within their home range. And it's been interesting to watch how they've moved from over the last few months. They've gone from hillside to hillside, and so now they're in this area. It's a good bet that they'll be within this area over the next couple of days until they've utilized all of this grazing here, and then they'll move on to the next hillside or onto the next plain. We've spoken often about, we've shown you often also in the last few days, there have been quite a couple of burnt areas. And with the little bits of rain that we've been getting, some of those burnt areas are already starting to flush with new, fresh growth. And once that grass gets a little bit longer, it's going to become an absolute magnet for herds of grazing animals like these buffalo. But lovely to spend a bit of time with this big herd of buffalo, to have them walking all around us and grazing like this, especially with the beautiful light and the clouds above them. I think Craig and I are going to move on from here. We're going to keep on in search of that pride of lions.
When animals will move, they'll always churn and turn the soil, which helps to fertilize. And once rains come, we get some green and beautiful vegetation for all these mammals out here to eat, like the impalas that you see there. But here we have a different setup, because you've got impalas and some birds that are kind of having a party. Big one walking there, just like the stock we were watching before, the yellow-billed stock. This is another stock. And I think in terms of size, we've got about 8 different stocks here in East Africa. And I'm looking in terms of size as this being the largest. This is the marabou stock in terms of body, legs, long beak, and powerful beak too. They may not feed the same way like the yellow-billed stock we were watching before, but sometimes they scavenge. Oops. But by virtue of her size, you see how she intimidates small ones. So she flies in, and I've seen these marabou stocks once in a while snatching food from the small birds. And that's exactly what she did. She just jumped there, wings out, and by virtue of her big size, the sacred ibis that you see moving there gave way. The white cattle egrets gave way, and I think she must have snatched their food. Not sure exactly what she's feeding on. Out here is always survival for the fittest. Though it's not always correct that the size makes the difference, but more often than not, the size of an animal or of a bird makes the whole difference in terms of survival. Her size here has made her day. She's catching something. It's trying to salt something. Oh, is that a snake or something that's very quickly swallowed? Whatever it was, it looked long like a worm. But how nice was that? And it is very interesting to see her, move all the birds. And that was very quickly the way she is swallowed. Out here, I mean, sometimes this marabou stock behaves as a scavenger, but the main scavengers here are the vultures, and sometimes we call them the cleanup crew, and they have a lot of story to watch.
As goes the cliche, the wild truly does encompass the circular nature of life. With the ending of one life comes the nourishment of another. There are no better advocates for this inevitable fact than the scavengers of the skies. Shrouded by a rather dark reputation, vultures form a necessary part of most ecosystems. Acting as a feathered cleanup crew. In southern Africa, leopard pantries left unattended are often pillaged, with vultures ridding the canopies of the unsightly decomposing decorations. Lions seem to like these opportunistic birds the least, chasing flocks of them off their feast. However annoying to the animals, these carcass crusaders are great markers for us to follow.
During the migration, the dynamics in the Masai Mara Game Reserve are always very different, because both the predators, scavengers, and the prey, they all have to shift positions. Now, the predators enjoy more because, talking of the migration, when we are looking at the many thousands of wildebeest or the many thousands of zebras that come, it's always a lot easier for them to hunt and get food for themselves. And not once you'll see lions, for example, bringing down 2 wildebeest or 3 zebras and just maybe eating 1 or 2 and leaving the other. The vultures also, for them, it's very easy to get food. They don't have to use a lot of thermos in the air looking for food. They just look and find out where the predator should be, just land there and eat. Well, small herd of impalas there, not far from the birds. And we just leave them enjoy the day, not eating a lot. They look like they are getting more or sunning themselves more than eating. as I move on to find out what the road ahead could be having.
Welcome back to the river, and we are here waiting to see if these wildebeest are going to cross. That's the reason why they're here. This is typical, this is normal for them to look confused, to look like they don't know what they're doing, but it takes only one proclaimed leader who decides to go and everybody crosses. They need to come to this side of the river because there is still plenty of grass that hasn't been utilized, and that's what they really want to do. Otherwise, it's okay to stay on the other side, but because the numbers deplete the grass faster, the urge to cross comes, and that's why they do cross. This is the treacherous, the dangerous, the ever-flowing Mara River that they have to cross, and it's full of crocodiles. It's a no-swim zone for, humans. Even these animals, if they knew, they wouldn't do it. But they have no choice but to cross. Yeah, look at those guys. Look at those guys. These are the predators of these waters. And these guys don't play with anything that dares get into the water. You have to be lucky to jump in there and out lucky, without being chomped.
Welcome back to And Beyond Phinda. Have a look at this beautiful African harrier hawk that we've managed to find. We're at a big dried up waterhole, and when we arrived, this bird was on the ground, busy looking through the cracks in the mud. No doubt trying to find any food in there, maybe some frogs that have been trapped in there, or some little lizards, maybe insects. But it's now retreated up to that little perch there and busy looking around. Let's listen to the wind. Very windy day here at And Beyond Phinda. Have a look at its face, everybody. That very pale, bare skin. Quite a prominent feature of this bird of prey is that bare patch around the face that can change color. So now this one looks like it's quite pale, quite white in color. Often when we see them, it's more of a yellowish color. And then it can even change to a bit of a reddish hue. But here it comes back down onto the ground. Let's watch what it does now. So we were puzzling about what it was looking for. Let's watch and see what it does. Look at those long legs. That are, of course, so famous for being able to bend in different directions. That will help this bird as it forages for nestlings inside nests of birds like weavers, or in tree nesting birds like woodpeckers or barbets, or even squirrels, little tree that are living in little tree hollows. But let's have a close look at what it's doing now. I'm going to look through my binoculars. It's sticking its head into the cracks of the mud there. So that very dark mud full of cracks from the clay that's dried and cracked in the sun. And it's looking through there. And there, like I said, there might be little frogs or lizards in there trying to take shelter. Look at that. It's amazing. It's like sticking its head down into those cracks. Of course, while we are enjoying this fantastic sighting, and all of the sightings all over. We'd love to hear from you. If you've got any questions or any comments, we'd love to hear from you. Please get in touch with us by using the hashtag CGTNWild or the hashtag Wild Earth. I'm just waiting for it to actually catch something so we can see exactly what it is that has caught its attention. It obviously knows that by doing this it can find some kind of food source. But I would really love to know if there's something in particular that it's looking for. Look at that, it's sticking its head right down into the footholds that have been made by animals that have walked through here when the mud was obviously still wet. Almost like a velociraptor walking across the dried up surface of the mud. I really want to see it catch something. I've often seen harrier hawks that have landed on little, around on the ground around little water holes, but it's always still had water in it. This is the first time I've seen one walking around in a dried up pan that has been dry for so long. I'm desperate to know what it's trying to find. If any of you have any suggestions, I'd love to hear from you. Safari Kitty, you're asking what's the most unusual bird that I've seen. Safari Kitty, that's quite a difficult question. But the first bird that comes to mind is not a bird that I've seen in Africa. It's a bird that I saw when I was in Yellowstone in the United States, called an American dipper. And it looks like a little thrush or like a little chat, which is a bird that we're accustomed to seeing very well far away from water, flying around amongst the trees or the scrub. But this little bird, the American dipper, like I said, looks just like a chat or like a thrush, and it lives around rapids in fast-flowing rivers, and it catches little aquatic invertebrates by diving into the water and basically swimming around in the water like a little penguin or like a shearwater. And it was completely bizarre because the bird is tiny, and it goes swimming in amongst these little eddies and pools with very scary white water flowing rapidly around it. But that's how it survives, and that's the niche that it's adapted to exploit. This harrier hawk doesn't seem to be having any luck. I haven't seen it catch anything just yet, but it's definitely, for it to be spending this much time, there must be some kind of gain for it to get from this. So it must have in the past have had experience with finding a food source, exploring a dried up pan like this. It's just gone behind that bush there. You can still just see its face every now and then when it stands up. And we said that it's got those fantastically long legs that are able to bend in all different directions, that it will use when it hangs from a weaver's nest or from a tree trunk and then sticks its leg inside. It'll then wiggle that leg around trying to find where the chicks are or if there are any chicks inside the nest. I suppose it could use those long legs as well here in amongst the dried up cracks of this little pan. I think Craig and I are going to try and reposition the vehicle a little bit so we can try for another view of this harrier hawk. We're going to see if we can see what it's trying to catch.
Well, the gymnogen, as sometimes we call the African hairy hawk. It's an interesting bird, and especially when you see them feeding on trees and making like 90 degrees and comfortably just looking for chicks or eggs in the hollow areas of trees. Now, we've got a smaller bird here than a gymnogen, and this is a chick of the spur-winged lapwing. And either she got a brother or a sister somewhere, but currently she's not feeding, as you can see. And lapwings always being very close to water. You can see there's a water body behind there. And there are two of them. There's that one chick. We'll try and find out where the other one is. They blend in very well when they're near the water, unless you see them move. And the mother is definitely not very far from here. And you may not even tell when you see the mother how different they look while young. You see the other one there, Bungay? Yeah, that's the other one on the other side of the water. The spur-winged lapwing. And she got two chicks. And you see how very quickly they walk on the water edge feeding. Again, fresh water. When young, they'll be feeding the water, catching any small little planktons they can get, any small little plants floating on the water. And of course, as they grow bigger, that diet will change. Look at the speed. So any insect, any water insect floating there, I'm sure that's what she's trying to run at. If the insect, any aquatic insect comes out of the water, it definitely makes her breakfast. These lapwings will in general lay 2 or 3 eggs, hatching out 2, and most of them will just make it to adulthood. Because these lapwings here are very territorial, and they'll deal with any would-be enemy that would want to come and catch these chicks, like the gymnogen we were just watching, the African hairy hawk. These big raptors have been known to take advantage of these small chicks, just fly down and using their talons, just pick them up, and they go feed on them. Just wondering where the mother is. I'm not sure whether the mother is on our right somewhere. Would be happy to show you the mother and see how she looks differently from these two chicks. Let's see the chick there. Let's have a quick look at the mother. Most lapwings are water birds, and they'll always stay near the water. Very territorial. They don't take any chances with your chicks. So this is an area she has established to stay. Once in a while, I've seen the male also, but the females do the good job of raising their chicks. Watching the chicks feed from a distance, but also keeping an eye for possible predators. I think today is a day for doing birding and birding and birding, and I forgot my predator. I may have to do what I had promised earlier. Well, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, about that. Sometimes we have these technical issues. You would imagine we are broadcasting all the way from the African bushes. So once in a while, we face these challenges. But our tech crew team will always fix them as quickly as they can. But a new visitor who came in there, first thing he is doing is to have a poo break. And that's a Thompson gazelle. Hello. Good morning, sir. You look gorgeous. see how close he is to that lapwing there. Not sure what he's looking at. No other Tommy close to him, and I'm calling him because he's a male, and you can see the size of his horns are quite big. I thought, he would have stopped there and say jumbo to the lapwing, but he did not. Maybe he is going for a drink as I move on.
Craig and I are still with this African harrier hawk, and we still haven't seen it catch anything. It's been walking around. It's literally covered the entire length and breadth of this little dried up pan, and we have not seen it successfully catch anything. Oh, and there it goes. Looks like it's going to land in that little dead tree there. Looks like there's a couple of hollows on the side of that tree, and we'll see if it maybe starts to probe around in there as well. Looking inside, and then maybe if it sees something of interest, we might get to watch it actually stick that leg inside the cavity in the tree. That's the kind of place that I suppose I'm a bit more accustomed to seeing African harrier hawks foraging. How it's walking up and down that little branch there. Now, of course, in there could be all kinds of different things. Little snakes, little skinks, lizards, nestlings. And off he goes. Well, it's a shame we didn't actually get to see what he was looking for. But very interesting behavior. We can only, I suppose, surmise is what he was looking for in that dried up pan there. Suppose it's just another mystery for now of the bush. From here, myself and Craig and I, we're going to carry on going down the road here. There was apparently a pride of lions that was seen not too far from here, and we're going to go and see if we can catch up with them. It's been a pretty interesting morning with the buffaloes and with this harrier hawk. Just all the wind blowing. I don't know what those lions are going to be up to. Hopefully, with it being so cool, they'll be walking, and we can maybe try and follow them as they move through their territory, through the long grass. I think that'll be quite exciting if they do start to go on the move. Maybe try to hunt something. It sounds like it's one of the lionesses with her 3 youngsters, and it'll be good to catch up with them. So I think let's head off in that direction and then see what they're up to.
I'll come back again to your Wild Earth Live. Since we left this beautiful herd of elephants, and it's a lot of hills around here. You may find out what these are. Termite mound. As you can see, example of this one. Elephants love it so much of the grasses that's growing around this mound, because then it's a sweet grasses. It's more sweeter compared to most grass. So termite mounds, this is what they are. So they usually dig under the surface, deposit soil up just like this. So what you see in there is no such a soil from anywhere else. So this is a chosen spot where they've been going over the years to develop such a mound like this. So finally, some mound can get so much older, or anything from 40, 80 possible years old. And that for sure, it comes so much easy for the grazers animal. And for the leopards in a point of view, to use this mound, sien kudu climb this mound for better view around. Leopard, cheetah, when they're on a hunt, they use advantage of mound to able to scan around, see what the game is. But also sometimes birds, they might feed on this termite during the active of the termite itself rebuilding the mound. You've seen hornbill, seen all crested barbet as well. Eagles, some of them they participate. Unfortunately, we don't have Ard wolf here or brown hyena. Those are specialized also with feeding on termite when they're available. Or not yet the season where you might see the chambers open because they do that. They open a chamber. The reason they do that is because of when the temperature rise, it's not easy for a queen to be able to get enough, cool off underneath. So for them to open a chamber could be in a position of either south or west, east. That is the aim of where the wind direction might blow from. So the chimney is open and the wind blows in because the temperature is too much. But also remember, this creature, they don't really have to drink water, but they get moisture from sweating since the temperature is too much inside. That caused by the humidity that, absorb their body and they get moisture. And they use this water again to able to, now we're talking about, because there's two different, there's soldier, those are secreted amount. There's the workers, those are the builders, but also taking care of the queen. The builders, they have beautiful wand mouth, where the soldier, they have a kind of two pincers where they bite. In fact, it's very sharpening. Pincers cut things very easy in there. For that reason, the workers, since they have a lot of waters from sweating or humidity inside, they will spend this water to able to salivate soil underneath and also bring it up so easy. This is how they extend mound over the years. You find the mound so much, very long, tall. So this grass growing in here now, a total difference to grasses that's growing anywhere on the ground. Because the soil, it's a clay soil. It's very, very slippery and very strong. When it's compressed, get dried enough, then nothing can break it. So yeah, this is the termite mound. So we're going to move on, look for a cat for you this morning before late.
And welcome back to Ngala. So we've just picked up on some tracks of lions, which you've been looking for this far. We've followed the tracks of one male and one female from quite far away. And right over here, we have the tracks of a couple of the larger females. Now these tracks, they're not particularly fresh. So they're not from early morning. They look like they might have been from maybe last night. But there is some younger ones tracks here as well. They're a little bit smaller and they're a little bit more rounded in the front. And then there's one very, very big track right over here. And this track, I know, that is the track of one of the younger male lions within the pride with the white lion. And I don't think that they are nearby at this moment. The nearest water that I know of is in that direction. And we have been seeing quite a few impalas. Almost the one we saw just now was almost the tame impala. And we are probably going to follow these tracks all the way up to where the watering hole is and see where, if there is any more tracks on that side. So We don't have much else. We've heard a couple of lions calling earlier, but that's basically all we had, and that was in a completely opposite direction.
Welcome back to the river, everyone. I'm still waiting here. Hope you're still holding on. You're still patient. Hopefully it happens. Somebody, hopefully, you know, they do decide to come my way. Remember, I'm waiting here. And just to remind you, I am on the banks of Mara River. And the reason these animals are here, they are waiting to cross over to my side. It is a journey they take. It is a leap of faith they take to get across this side. Main purpose is to graze on the grass and maybe eventually go to Tanzania. This is the kind of behavior they always portray once they're here, where they come and stop on the banks, and usually one will decide to go across, then everybody will go across. This is what usually stops them from going across. These huge monster crocodiles are everywhere in this river, and the camouflage is equivalent to none. As you can see there, if you can imagine, if you are colorblind, you would never pick up, you know, what is what over there, because they look very much like a log or a rock. It doesn't help also because the current is quite heavy or strong, so it can wash them downstream. So they have to be really, really careful. What you see there is the Nile crocodile, one of many, crocodiles in this river. Some of them get so big you cannot believe this. They get up to around, 20 feet, 18 feet, 19, and can weigh up to a ton. They are monsters, so they are actually intimidating if you are going to cross. This is what actually stops them from just leaping and going across. Many of them, through experience, Debbie, thank you for your question. Actually, I did do the research a little bit about those questions, and actually, in many literature that I read, it says that they are territorial. So pardon me if I have answered you that they are not. They're actually, males are territorial, and they could hold a big area of the river. So they are territorial, and actually, I have seen a male fight with another male. It is very interesting because they stand almost side to side and then lift their heads up and then bash each other. Those heads are, like metal. The bone in their head, the skull, is just like a rock hard. I have lifted one, and it's very heavy. I hope anybody would ever have the experience and feel the weight of the skull. Yes, that's where they actually sometimes come down on those rocks, believe me. For some reason, they think it is shallower, and so they usually come down there, which is very risky. They can break their legs, they can get stuck, or even fall unwillingly, where before getting a good footing, they might get eaten. Those guys, I mean the crocodile, can lay there or stay put for up to even 3 hours, only using the nose to breathe. Everything else looks like it's not functional until they hear that splash. Then they spring into action, and I tell you, they can swim fast. Yeah, they can, they can use their tail to repel themselves upstream like a torpedo. Yes, it is really beautiful where I am. It's not hot, it's not cold, it's just perfect to be out. The sun is getting, it's warming everything up. I'm hoping they are going to really roast the zebra and wildebeest, because I'm here to see them cross so they can decide to jump in.
Would you look at that? The lions that Craig and I have been looking for this whole morning. Look at that. Just in time to see the one sub-adult male coming to greet his brother and his mum. And flopping down next to her. And the third sub-adult is just off to the right, and I'm pretty sure that soon he'll also move into frame to come and join his siblings and his mother. Yeah, so thanks to some of the other vehicles in the area, they managed to find this lioness and these three sub-adults. We're quite close to a little waterhole. And it looks like these lions have been here for quite some time. Something we've spoken about quite often in the last couple of weeks is that now, in the dry time of the year that we're in, animals obviously need to come down to water and need to drink. And so big cats like these lions will know that, and they'll wait around water in the hope of catching some prey that comes down to drink. And so with all that in mind, I mentioned that with all the wind, that it would be advantageous for these lions being able to use the cover of the wind to mask their sound of them moving through the long grass. And looking at how empty these lions' bellies are, there is a good chance that they will try to hunt. So Craig and I are going to sit here and we're going to wait to see what happens.
So while we're still following these lion tracks, we came across this dwarf mongoose warming itself up in the sun. And it's sitting on top of a eroded down termite mound. And what's interesting is it's the only one around here that we've seen this far. So I'm not sure where the rest of its group is. This is something that's quite unusual. Normally we see them together in a group. Maybe it's that it's the first one that's out this morning. You can see there's a bit of a wind going, and it is quite cool. And every time some of the grass nearby moves and there's a quick movement in anything nearby, you'll see his head jerk towards the side. Chassis, when do dwarf mongoose disperse? They usually stay with their group. I'm not sure exactly how long it is before they disperse, but what I do know is that the ones that disperse first are the young females. They usually raise a litter, and well, some of the new litters, and then after that they break off and they move in same-sex little groups until they find other groups like that as well. But exactly when that is, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to find out for you. Just have a look at those little ears. I can see there's we can hear a lot of birds calling in the nearby vicinity, and every time there's a whistling sound, this mongoose is looking in that direction as well. But you can see its head dipping a little bit. And I think that warm rays of the sun is just so comfortable at this point after the 3 cold days. It does have a little bit of a sleeping effect on it. Ooh, there's some birds going in the distance. They can hear. It sounds like some francolins that's been kicked up or pushed out of the the grass where they've been moving by something large moving. Now, we're not sure what that might be. I know sometimes even large birds of prey nearby spook them. And when that happens, that is something that will also be a threat for this little mongoose, especially being on its own. And there's a lot happening at the moment. I think it might just be that it's waiting for the rest. I don't think the rest have moved off yet. I think it's because it was a cool morning that they... Oh, this one was just the first one out.
So far, I'm not looking very hopeful for the prospects of us getting to watch these lions get up and start to move. But like we said, I think for this lioness, she'll know, like we said, that there's going to be prey coming down here eventually, and all she needs to do is wait. So for now, just playing the patience game. And her youngster looking very content, sleeping there with his head on his paws. Have a look at that young male lion's head there. The one that's got his head on his paws and the little tuft of mane on his cheek. Just changing position there. And look at how they're all huddled up there, all lying on top of each other. Maybe for a bit of warmth in this chilly wind. And where they are, they're lying on the downwind side of this waterhole. So any prey that's coming from the left-hand side will not be able to smell them, and there's a bit more cover on that side. So if that lioness does hear anything, I think she'll be able to react fast enough to move around and then try to stalk it. So Craig and I are going to keep up our vigil here and wait to see what happens.
Well, at times lions will basically don't do much, but we got some prey for those lions if they would be in Kenya, because the zebras here are just very playful this morning. So the plains zebra, and you can always tell when animals, I would say, they're in good spirit by their body language. Same family with horses, and you can see some similarities here in terms of how they trot and run and how they jump these drainages or trenches, like what horses would do in a golf when they're running like in a race course. So this is a natural waterhole here, and we've got so many birds that come for a drink. Same wind like what DAMEN had before, and I'm seeing like we've got some tree ducks there. White-faced tree duck, I'm guessing, which should be in the water and not outside the water. I'm not sure whether you can hear in the background some Egyptian geese having a fight. And just like the lapwing we were watching before, Egyptian geese also are very territorial. Look at some goslings here. No, they're not. Those are the white, sorry. Are the white-faced tree ducks. And of course, sandwiched by two Egyptian geese. I thought they are goslings, but they're not. They're different bird species. And they all have a commonality of trying to warm up. See if we can hear those Egyptian geese sorting it out. I think there are two pairs, and being very monogamous, if a new pair comes in a particular territory, the owners of the territory will always fight the other pair. That's water hyacinth, the plants you see in the water there, that will float in there. But very beautiful lilac or bluish flowers. Now, I told you asking whether these ducks are prey to any animals. For the animals, I would say, if anything, we have seen once in a while leopards catching ducks. We've seen leopards catching ducks, but the goslings, the smaller little ducks, we have seen the huge birds of prey coming for them. And I'm talking about the martial eagle. We have seen many times martial eagles just coming and picking them up. The gymnogen, like what we had before, have been known to do the same, but I would say more the big raptors like the eagles, and more so the female martial eagles. I've also seen way back, I saw a python catching a gosling in water. The python was in the water, and the goslings were just, playing and floating and swimming in the water. And we saw a python just on the side, slowly catching one that had, just like taking it easy in the water, and the python caught it. Preening their feathers, maybe they were in the water before I got here. So they have to put every feather in place. I've always wondered if these water birds here got any fleas or any kind of parasites in their bodies. Not sure anybody would maybe help me explain that. Do these water birds carry parasites with them? Lice, fleas, maybe ticks. And remember, we are coming to you live. And should you have any comments or questions, please don't be shy to send them through. And you can tweet using hashtag CGTNWorld or hashtag WorldEarth.
This lioness has just stood up and moved all of 6 meters and then lain down again. She's just watching another passing vehicle coming past there, looking out across this little pool of water. And when she stood up, we were able to get a bit of a better idea of what her tummy looks like. She looks like she could definitely use a meal. Her belly is looking very empty. Her muscles on the sides of her body are really showing. So it doesn't look like she's had anything to eat. In contrast, though, her three young male cubs, they all look like they've got, or that they've had a bit to eat recently. So it might be that she killed something and they out-muscled her over the carcass. Now, looking at them and watching them walk around, they look pretty ungainly, and I think in a hunt they would definitely be a hindrance more than a help. But almost assuredly around a carcass, they would be anything but slow and lazy. And they would definitely compete ferociously for their share of the kill. And it might be that the three of them out-muscled their poor mother over the last meal that she no doubt secured for them. It's a shame. She's left to go hungry. But there's a bit of movement now, and this lioness is still looking quite intently across the water, and Craig and I are going to keep up our weight in the hope that something like maybe a warthog or and a nyala comes down to drink, and as soon as that happens, we'll let you know.
Come back, everyone. Lion hunting. Now the spotted cat hunting. The leopard right in front of us. Looks like a Kalamba, our beautiful girl around here. Just gonna move, reposition. Not easy with the animals on the hunt, so just gonna make it a little bit smoother for us. There she is. Looks like she's pretty much mobile. Hunting. Whatever she's seen around here, I'm not sure. But maybe we found out. It's a bit of, a little bit of a wind picking it up, so, and a lot of times cats, they use advantage of wind, downwind if it's possible, but not too much wind, so it's very open here, bushes, but short grasses. We're going to take another move again, see if we'll get our leopard close to us. Robin, good question. So a leopard, they're actually nocturnal, like most cats do. But I see leopard hunt during the day and kill during the day out in this area. So leopard, when they're desperately hungry, they can hunt in a hot day. And what they do experience leopard, they always move carefully, and every time they approach the thicket, they approach carefully because then they have experience of whatever could be lying in that particular bush, but it will be sleeping. So I've seen leopard pounce into grasses, tall grasses, where it was nothing. But maybe because that leopard was capable of making a lot of a kill by doing that, by estimating of where there could be in that bushes. But of course, they can hunt when they can during the day. At night, that's where then they push too much because they have a lot of chance that they all blend in, they're not visible. It's the only problem when, it's too much light and they still need to hunt. It's a waste of their energy. But they're gonna have to hunt for their food. All right.
Best of luck keeping up with that leopard there, Andrew. We're not having to do very much keeping up here, fortunately. These lions are still sitting here. Looking at one of the young males there. He's looking quite interestedly down at the little pool of water. We're starting to get our first visitors to the waterhole in the form of a variety of birds. There have been some, you can hear that fork-tailed drongo calling in the background. For the time being though, the birds are difficult to see, so I think we'll stay with the lions for now. We might try to reposition the vehicle in a little bit. There are some very pretty blue waxbills, some firefinches that have started to come down to drink. And hopefully, for the lions at least, that's the start of the opening of the flood gates to drink a little bit later. But look at this cub's face. Sub-adult's face. He looks very interested in something across the water there. I wonder if there's not maybe a water thickener or something that's just caught his attention that's standing on the side of the water. Sammy, you're asking if lions will eat birds. Sammy, absolutely they will. Lions being very opportunistic hunters, they'll catch whatever they can. Of course, a bird, though, for a lion, even quite a big bird, well, I suppose with the exception of an ostrich, is not going to be very much of a meal for them, Sammy. And because a bird is a very agile animal, a very difficult animal to catch, it will normally be a waste of energy for lions to try and hunt birds. However, I read about lions in the Kalahari, where the prides that live there in the central parts of the Kalahari would form in summertime when all the big herds of large mammals were there, the springboks, the wildebeest, the zebra. But then in wintertime, in the dry season, when all those herds left, the lions would fragment, or the prides would fragment, and they would go off in ones and twos. And then apparently a large part of their diet, Sammy, was korans, or korans and bustards. So large, or relatively large birds that spend a lot of time on the ground, and they would get a lot of their food from catching those. Of course, in the absence of larger prey. But for these lions, Sammy, they'll be hoping for something a little bit bigger and more substantial. A little water thickener is not gonna. Well, firstly, I would be amazed if one of these lions were able to catch one. But something more like a big warthog or a nyala is something that they'll be wanting. Bubbles, you're asking another very interesting question. You're asking if lions will eat other lions. Bubbles, yes, they will eat other lions, but it's normally only under exceptional circumstances. For example, if a lioness loses her cubs, she will eat them. She may eat them, and it's not a horrible, malicious act. It's just it will be her kind of replacing the nutrients into her body that she's invested in those cubs. I suppose also a very desperate lion, a lion that's maybe starving and emaciated and is desperate for food, it might eat another lion if it finds the carcass of another lion. But it's normally only under exceptional circumstances like that they will feed on other lions. Oh, she's looking look at how her eyes are slowly drifting closed. Her ears are still pinned back, so even though her eyes are closing, she's still super alert, maintaining an awareness about herself. It always amazes me watching lions go from being sleepy like this to all it takes is a rustle in the bush or a scent on the wind of an approaching prey animal, and their body language just goes from this relaxed, kind of lazy and languid looking animal to every muscle ready to go. See that? Even there's a little emerald spotted wood dove that just landed underneath a bush off to her left, and that was what she jerked her head off to the side. That's what made her do that. But our vigil continues, and I'm sure the longer we wait, the more the chance will be of something else coming down to drink. So Craig and I, we're going to sit here, and we're going to see what happens.
Welcome back to this cat, beautiful of a Kalamba. Now she went lie down. It looks like since you were attempting to go for whatever she's seen, which we didn't see what it was, but she's now taking it easy. It looks like she's going to have a long day. Like we talk about, hungry leopard, able to waste a lot of their energy, get to hunt during this light of the day. But hopefully she goes settle down in one of these shadows until it's dark. But remember, such a cat doesn't need to survive on antelopes only, no. They'll go for birds, these guinea fowls, these Franklin's bay fowls, and then monitor lizard, scrub hares, dwarf mongoose, and a squirrel. These will be attacking. The reason they don't really choose is because they're such a beautiful medium cat. They can actually get energy with a smaller thing they eat while they on hunt. Sorry, there's another vehicle joined us, so that's why she look around, so it looks up. But we're static, so, and she all gets used to cars and things like that, which I believe she will be still there, and then we still have sighting going on here. So, leopards in Juma, specifically, you know, in this area, since a long time ago, leopards get in, and we know these leopards, we started to name them. From the point of view, it's been a safari a while ago, it's been gorilla that take place as a daughter of safari, and again, now it's a Thandi, which is interesting things that Thandi, she moved in a mother's territory since a mother moved off, no longer exist. So we've seen Thandi you know, that time establishing this area as a hers. Until today, her daughter, Thandi, this is one of hers we're watching right now, which is interesting.
The keys to a solitary leopard's survival are territory, food, and mating rights. The scent of buttered popcorn marks their territorial boundaries. With its borders secure, the leopard looks to satisfy its hunger. A perfectly adapted predator, the leopard uses its camouflage to capitalize on its immediate habitat. Superb eyes detect the slightest of movement. Sensitive ears discern the softest footfall. Dagger canines throttle prey while razor claws tear and grip. Powerful shoulders and neck muscles allow leopards to hide their kills in trees away from the other predators. If they can, they'll hoist their kills into the safety of a nearby tree's branches. If a kill is left on the ground, thieves are never far off. But trees are not only a good pantry, they are crucial for safety. Wild dogs, hyenas, and lions will kill leopards without a second thought. This spotted cat's climbing skills are vital to its survival and predatory success.
Welcome back, yes. Sam, these cats, leopards, they're well known of, you know, hosting their kill up in a tree for safety and not stay far there in case there's a hyena around, because remember they have a lot of enemies, which is mainly hyenas, lions. Lions, I understand they can climb a tree, but not that far. But these cats, they have to make sure when they do that, they put their kill far up in the tree, so that even the lions trying to climb halfway of that tree and they fail to get the kill out of them. So of course I've seen a leopard lost their kill a lot of the time when they delay to do that, which of course for them it's safe or comfortable to feed on the ground, but then the meat is not safe. Anything can take it. Talking about hyena, one hyena can win leopard. And it looks like she's just gonna nap there. We're gonna stay for a while, a little bit longer here, see what happens.
Still, Craig and I are waiting for something else to come down to the water. And I think that the lions have gotten a little bit impatient. The two of the brothers have followed their mother as she is headed in a southerly direction from the waterhole, heading down into the riverbed. I'm not sure how far she's gone. She might have only gone a couple hundred meters and then lain down again, maybe just deciding that there isn't enough cover out here for her to try and hunt, or maybe deciding that the wind is just a bit too much, and so they've left this poor young male here by himself in a deep sleep. And he seems completely oblivious to the fact that he's just been deserted by his brothers and his mother. I suppose in typical male lion fashion. I'm just imagining when he wakes up, he'll open his eyes slowly and maybe give a bit of a yawn, and then lift his head and look around and suddenly alone. Looking around for his brothers. Hey, where did you two go? And the shame, the longer it takes for him to wake up, the further away they're gonna have disappeared. Shame, and you might feel a little bit lost. He might start to contact call, trying to find him. The wind's not going to be helping him, because it's the lion. The rest of his family have all gone downwind, and so you'll have to do a bit of careful searching to try and catch up with them. He shouldn't be in too much danger though. A young lion of this size, pretty good at avoiding trouble. All right, so we have got a couple of different birds that have come down to drink at the water, and we're going to show you one that is particularly pretty. And I'd love to hear from you if you can identify it. So we're just going to get Craig to zoom in onto it. Of course, as we try to film it, it disappears behind a little clod of mud there. But it's been calling quite prolifically behind us. It's been giving a contact call, which sounds a little bit like this. So there's the little emerald spotted wood dove that's walking there. It's just to the left of where that dove is. It's got a black and white striped head and a beautiful orangey, golden, yellowy coloured chest. There it is. Well done, Craig. And I'd love to know from all of you if you can identify this bird that's busy drinking. It's a bird that many of you will be familiar with that have been watching the show for a while. It's a bird species that we do find at Djuma, at Ngala, here at and beyond Phinda. There it flies. So I think I've given all of you enough clues. And I'm looking forward to hearing some of your answers. And while we wait, Craig and I are going to wait to see how long it takes this young male lion to wake up and realize that he's been deserted.
Welcome back, Sam, to these beautiful spotted cat. You know, lying, sleeping, and taking it easy. And a leopard also taking a nap. I don't think this is going to be for the whole day yet, what we're seeing with this particular cat doing. So it's probably trying to rest. Well, when we get here, she was highly mobile. Looks like she heard me. What you talking about? Beautiful eye-looking cat there. Leopards, they don't really share food, especially once they come independent. I only seen a few times with the leopard was called Mvula. He used to sneak around his son's kill. That want to know whether the leopard they have an identical pattern or spot. Yeah, all leopards they do have an identical pattern, usually around their face. That's how the we usually idea them looking at this pattern. But that only if you stick around enough in your area, able to make a lot of difference every time you see one, and then you can able to tell this is not the one that you seen yesterday or a while ago. So of course they do that. Usually this pattern around the face, this is the idea. They not all look the same. Most part they look the same, but it's gotta be a unique pattern that they will make them difference from one apart. Let's stick here, see what you're up to.
Andrew, come back.
Very well done, Andrew, for spotting a leopard. And I do not know how we would identify ostriches, unlike leopards, using spot patterns, because ostriches would be difficult to know what exactly or how to exactly identify them. Now look at the Maasai ostrich on the run. See his towering body, and I just enjoy the way he's running. It's more of a jog than running, because when they take off, these birds are very fast. They just run like small cars. 80-100 kilometers per hour is a speed they can easily cover. She's relaxed, and if you look carefully to the right, there's another one that's trying to excite him. And my guess is the other one is a female. It's not too hot, and she has no reason to have her wings spread out like that. It's some sort of courtship. Otherwise, of course, when it's pretty hot, you could have seen both of them putting their wings out to try and cool off. But here, you see, she is just sending a message to the male that just came in. She was on the other side of the road, I've been watching this male for quite some time. And, oh, okay. And mind just to keep quiet now and let you watch the courtship. This is how ostriches do the courtship before mating. The female initiated. The male got a bigger job to do. Ooh, I'd want to do the same. And let's see if the girl will have a feedback after seeing that wonderful dance from the male. And I would say to the male, very, very well done. And the girl goes. Not sure what the male means by running in that direction, but look at the female now. Are you going to mate or more dancing fast? Oh, all right. I haven't seen this for quite some time. Not sure whether it's still courtship going on or they're actually mating. The thing the male has mounted on the female is actually how reproduction is done out in the African wilderness. What a great experience. And remember, we came into you live from the Simara of Kenya, and should you have any questions or comments, don't be shy to send them through. It was an exact mating dance, or an exact actual mating of ostriches. And you can tweet to us hashtag CGTN Wild or hashtag Wild Earth. And I think this will be my highlight for the day. I've even forgotten the lion or the lions I was talking about earlier. Now, they may take a couple of minutes before maybe they mate again. Terry, I'm looking after other animals that do some mating dance. For animals, I don't see any. I'm looking at all the mammals that could cross my mind now, and I don't see many. Well, we have seen sometimes toppies doing what we call lacking, just running around and chasing females. The wildebeest will do the same during rutting season. Impalas will do the same, but it's not anything similar to the dancing that we saw or we have just seen with the ostriches. Other birds would. I have seen crown cranes, the great crown cranes, do the same. Great crown cranes are a good example of having a courtship before. I'm looking at the marabou stalks. Once in a while, you'll see the small little sack that hangs under their necks getting so big and red. And occasionally you see it balloon, getting big and small. But I would say the ostriches have a perfect courtship in terms of displaying that dance. I saw the male, I'm sure you'll remember, didn't look very pinkish on the neck and legs. And not sure whether he is quite primed to be in the breeding plumage. I'll spend a few more minutes here waiting to see if they're going to mate again. If not, I will be moving on.
Aha, we have a rock. There was a hyena at this rock a moment ago, and we wondered if maybe it was a den site, because it looks like it has a bit of shelter there, but it's moved off now. It was a very large hyena, so it might have been the queen, or maybe matriarch of a clan in this area, as you know, the Pride Lands clan. But now it's moved off probably into the shade to get a bit of sleep, probably catching up on its REM sleep, the deep sleep that you get. It's getting to that time of day now where the hyenas are mostly just resting. But what we were doing was actually heading down this hill towards Leopard Dam, which we're going to continue doing in a moment. At this time of year, it's little more than a puddle of mud, but still very, very important for the animals. And we'll see what might be policing around the dam there to see what's going on. But the hyenas moved off now, so let us also keep moving down this road and see what else we can find as we head down here. It's been an interesting morning. We actually went off on foot earlier to try and find what had been happening with those lions yesterday afternoon. We saw a hyena and lots of hyena tracks, and there was a bit of blood on its face, but we couldn't then find where it had gone afterwards. I actually want to take a walk down here at some point as well to have a look at this rocky outcrop, because there might be actually a den here. The hyena den that we used to always view looks more or less, how can I say, abandoned at the moment. So it could be that the hyenas have found a new spot. I hope that we can find their new den soon, because it's always fun to watch those little hyenas acting up around the vehicles and, you know, learning about all the little bits and bobs. On a bit of a high point though, it's another good place for us to look out for whatever we can find, and we can see the greenery from the dam just down there, so we're not far. We'll be there in probably about 5 minutes. It's a great morning out there. I'm so happy to see the sun for the first time. It's a rare sighting around here, seeing the sun for the first time in a long while. Yeah, but it is very dry. It's the environments of the animals are in dire straits at the moment. They'll be looking for whatever they can find to eat. Hopefully, the rains will come soon. They're coming back to us. Oh, hey. We are still heading on our way down towards Leopard Dam, still driving along these rocky outcrops along the tops of these hills. It's a really good place to see leopards. It's a good place to see all sorts of animals. I mean, a few of these stones, like rolling stones down the hill, looking very rounded. I mean, maybe this was a riverbed at some point in its history. I'm not sure. It's beautiful to be out here, though. I wonder, we haven't seen Pixie Pan female and her youngsters for a while. I wonder what she's been up to. Where is she hiding these days? What has she been doing? We heard a leopard last night. It was very loud. I wonder... It was not a deaf leopard, because, well, maybe it was, because it was having to be very, very loud, making sure the other leopards can hear it. But we're going to keep going past this rocky area and see what pops out for us.
Beautiful. Of course, leopards sometimes can't be anywhere in the country, especially places where depend which area where you are. But in this Lawfield, Mpumalanga, Service Sands, Kruger National Park, high density of a leopard, you know, it's very much stable. You know, it's great, I would say that. I know sometimes, you know, we go a few days not seeing one, but the minute you got one, then you know exactly, you get to see what you were talking about, like right now there. So you might have a lot of voice. On the other side is another vehicle respond to this particular animal. As you see, she's kind of like watching around, but hopefully she gets to relax again. She's just checking them out there. And so leopards, cats in particular, you know, been reintroduced into kind of a noise of their vehicles. Morpheus, I don't know whether they're wild dogs smaller than a leopard. So, you know, leopards are still bigger than the wild dogs. And talk about the male leopard, female, no way anything from 50, 60, male could get up to maybe 70 kilogram or 75 kilogram. It's been a record of a male weigh up to 80 kilogram. So they're bigger than the wild dogs. Look how look at this whiskers. She's checking that car out, not our car. Has he noticed there? She's gonna just chill again, hopefully. I don't think she's gonna move anywhere. She feels very comfortable where she is right now. They're a very sneaky animal, I might say. Leopards. Hey, look at these whiskers. See how long they are? No, you can't see them nice, but beautiful whiskers, this cat. Looking up. We're gonna wait here a little longer just to see what she's gonna be up to after this.
Welcome back to the river. Of course, not to forget that, you know, leopards are so beautiful. It used to be one of my favorite animals until I wondered why, if it's so beautiful, it's always elusive. And so it is in the list of my favorites, but not on top, because when you're cute and beautiful like a leopard, you should be out more. All in all, there is no much progress here. Same thing, same old behavior towards the river, then outwards, then stop, then discuss, then, you know, go towards the river. Like right now, looks like the zebra have taken, you know, everything onto their hands. Looks like they have said they are going to go, but how far they go, I don't know. This is where we cannot predict. It happens when it happens. This is the annual migration. Crossing the river is part of the experience, I would say the maximum experience. These are the three animals that usually make the most crossing: topi, zebra, and wildebeest. And there's no specific leader. One just decides to go and everybody goes. Remember, you are watching this, it's live from the Mara Triangle in the Masai Mara, and they want to cross the Mara River. In case you haven't heard, it's the Mara River. It's not a river that's a walk on the park. It is dangerous. It's full of crocodiles, rocks, and also fast flowing waters. This section here, it's not as deep. As you can tell, it's got rapids, so definitely the rocks are almost on the surface. There are some sections that are very silent, like in the middle there, we're a long ways up next to the rapids. Definitely that is deep. Yes, look at that. Look at how well that crocodile is hidden. Do you see it, guys? On the, you know, on the bank on this side, you see it there? That is a crocodile. If you did know what you were looking at, you would just walk right up to it. And luckily they don't attack much out of water, so it will have to, you know, jump into the water and then wait for you there. But that's a monster. That's a very big one. We have a good number of them along this section. There is another one there to the right. So there are very many, and that's why the wildebeest, zebra, and topi aren't just jumping in. That's another one. He's facing us, but there's that little tuft of grass, so we don't see him very well. But you can see how big he is. Yeah, those are the Nile crocodiles. These guys patrol these rivers up and down, and in this particular season, I believe they do congregate more during this time because they know they'll get a potential meal that will take them all the way, to next year, because some of them eat only once. I'm staying here, so don't you panic, don't you worry. If something happens, you'll be notified.
That's a beautiful cat still there. Male will patrol their boundary too, which they're very territorial. And look at this pattern there. No, it's going to be very little difficult. We changed position. Thought maybe we'll get the face because her face was up when we get here, but now it seems to be. Now she's saying, no, well, I'm going to take a nap. Good day. Well, for sure, the question's a good question, but I'm not sure. I haven't actually checked very well the difference. But, could be that, I know some country like India, they have very, build-up body leopard, and their shape is kind of like very much different to this leopard. But the spot pattern can be slightly the same. But, I'm going to also double check that as well. It's a very good reminder. So, leopards, the spot patterns that are roseate. So, what we're looking at that spot there, you see it's black around the brown physically. So this is now what makes far difference compared to a cheetah spot, where cheetah they have a dot. So all you see it's black, white. You won't see any of brownish in the middle of the black. Look, she's putting her head up again. Take it easy. So for her being so chilled, relaxed like this, anything would come here, it will be a target for her. She just will blend in, but any movement she may hear it, she will be attracted to that and going for it. Stay here. Possibly she put her head up again.
Oh, look! The eagles are coming over. Oh, no, it's not. It's a vulture. Sorry, my bad. Sorry. It's a vulture. We stopped here at Leopard Dam to look at this amazing weeping boerbean. And it's an absolute nirvana for any small nectar-feeding birds or birds that like insects, because it's flowering heavily at the moment next to the waterhole. Remember, it's the early part of spring, so with the water just under the surface here, it's going to be bringing a lot of nutrients into this tree, which is absolutely amazing. The weeping boerbeans are always just a hive of activity. It's a bit quiet at the moment, so we're just going to sit and listen to what might be around here. It's totally quiet, actually. It's quite weirdly quiet. I wonder if there's something going on. Remember, we saw that hyena on top of that rocky outcrop, and then it moved away quite quickly, which is unusual for hyenas because they're usually quite relaxed. So I wonder if there's not something going on. So there you can see the weeping boer bean again. I don't know if you can notice the flowers. It's not so easy there. The sun is just on the wrong side of this tree. But these dark patches are actually bright red flowers. So there's the leaves starting to turn from red to green, which is quite odd. You'd think that the leaves would go from green to red. But actually the young leaves on many trees start out red, because that means they've got lots of tannin in them, which is very bitter in their flavor, and that is not very tasty for many of the animals. And then they feed for a short time and then get disturbed by the bitterness of the leaves, and they move on. And then as the leaves establish themselves more, they turn green, which is quite nice. And then they get quite tasty again. But there's lots of birds all around us. We've got green woodhoopoes coming. There's a variety of seed-eating birds feeding around the water. There's hornbills coming. It's a bit of a bird party, in fact. Oh, and there's a bird of prey behind us. Oh, we won't be able to see it now, but that's why all the birds flew up. There's a small accipiter, or like a goshawk of some sort, which has just flown over us. If you go over to the right there, I don't know if we'll be able to see it very clearly. Oh, it's flown off now. But there's lots of birds sitting on the tops of the trees. There's a hornbill flying off. It's a lot of activity at the water, but of the smaller things, the birds and such. It's always nice to see. Oh, and there is an eagle of some sort in the distance. Mesa, we do find larks in South Africa, lots and lots of different types of larks, although they're very, very difficult to try and identify because they all look very similar from a distance. We often refer to them as LBJs, or little brown jobs. But one of the larks that here is called a sabota lark, which is really, really nice. Makes lots of interesting sounds. It's quite an effective or an accomplished mimic of other birds. So we do get larks, absolutely, and they are, like, as you know, very, very melodious birds, making lots of beautiful calls. Hopefully, if we sit here long enough, we'll see some other birds that make beautiful calls coming to this weeping boer bean. I want to sit by this tree for quite a while and see what might actually arrive for us, because it's always nice to it. Oh, there's a giraffe in the distance. There's all sorts of stuff. They're all slowly making their way to the water because it's getting warmer now. It's actually almost warm enough for me to take my fleece off. I tried it a bit earlier and it was a disaster. It was not a good idea, but it's going to get much warmer and animals will start to come to the water.
Talking about getting warmer, we were lucky enough to come across this male lion. Now, with this area warming up at the moment, and after a few cold days, and it looks like he's found a spot where it's time to relax and get a little bit of sun. Now you can see he has been walking around quite a lot because of the fact that he's laying down. I'm thinking that he was walking around quite a lot during the night. There is also 2 other lions within the area, and it might be his brother and the female. And it's quite a relaxing morning. It's almost like the calm after the storm. And in that sense, you can see he's very, very shallow breathing. It looks almost like he has actually eaten something. And from where we followed the tracks this morning, we had the pride leave the reserve. They went on to a different reserve and we were unable to follow them any further. Then one of the other guys came across these ones and we decided to make our way here. But I think by the time we got here they decided already that they might lay down. John, that is a very good question. How often do male lions patrol? I think that's exactly why we're seeing this one resting halfway in the shade and halfway in the sun. He's been patrolling most of the night. Now, at the moment, it seems like his brother might be mating with a female, so he would have walked around. And that usually happens each time the rains have done. Then the male lions have a big task of patrolling their territory to go and remark all the important spots, or at least parts of it. It is a very, very large area, especially for these two. And they do take a couple of days to do that. So every couple of days, especially in summertime, you find that they do it more often so. Where during a dry season they might spend longer times with the pride and then every now and again go for a couple of days. And then we don't see them.
Yeah, the coalition of the males sometimes will just disappear because if they eat and they get very full, they may choose a particular spot and just rest. But the females being the hunters, having the cubs, the females having to take care of those cubs, chances are we see more of the prize than the coalitions. Now, if you look at all the open space you can see here, apart of course from the warthog you see, it looks very empty in terms of wildlife, in terms of animals. Now, once the migration is gone, this is what we normally see for a couple of months before they return. And what will happen, all the lions, or all the prides of lions in this area will be feeding on animals like the warthog you just saw. The geography of the Mara is just wonderful. And looking at the different habitats here, like the escarpment you see in the background there, the Oloro escarpment, the savanna is quite dominant. Savanna translating to open grassland like this, with occasional bushes here and there, or trees. We've seen lions reverting to feeding to warthogs like this. And not once you might get a pair of lions just waiting in a hole where they will suspect or they have smelt that a warthog could be inside. In my village, we used to call them lawn mowers. You can see how low they go when they're grazing. Pause, look, you're fine, you're safe. They don't like taking any chances. Looks like to me is a boy. And as the name suggests, they usually have warts on their faces. Males having a pair. Two pairs which they use to fight or defend themselves when involved in a fight. Sometimes they use a huge tasks, either to fight an enemy or to defend themselves. There's another one there. I'm not sure that's a female. And why she is not feeding, my guess is it could be a female. So I'm looking at the composition of these tusks here of the warthogs, comparing them to those of elephants. I would want to investigate the same and find out what is the material used to make them. We have always spoken of the keratin, the protein keratin, but then we got the tusks of the warthogs. We got also the teeth of the hippopotamus and also the elephant tusks. And I'll be finding out for you the composition of the same, if it's the same material for all the three. Predators know that they have to be very careful if they have to face this small prey. They look small, but they're very dangerous. They have been known to hurt lions or leopards when they go hunting them. Strong, powerful, and when they enter the holes to seek refuge, if cornered, they enter backwards. So that if they need to come out, they come out easily, and the predators are always very careful when that happens. Hopefully the other one will join the male in feeding as I move on.
Welcome back, everyone. Here's our beautiful cat. We're also watching it from the vehicle. You know, even though it's very difficult for us to get through this wood, able to have a clear look. But for safety, you gotta be in a vehicle, and that's how also they don't really expect anybody walking around near them, because they wouldn't really tolerate that. And she just busy licking herself, probably for any itchiness or tics. And also, this is how they do after a long walk. You know, for them to stay beautiful, they gotta lick, especially on their backside, back legs, and caught as well. But the face, she only do it licking their paws, get it wet, wipe the face. Because you remember, they are solitary animal. But if she would have a baby right there, then they will be dealing with her, cleaning her and things like that. Look at the tail. This is the piece end of her tail. And all the way. Right there. So cats are very good on hearing, you know. If anything disturb the bushes, even though she's busy licking herself, and she will able to hear that. But sometimes if birds are around, they will annoy her because they will be shouting at her. Since leopards are dangerous to birds, so they were giving alarm call. Finally, you see a lot of birds get around. So, doesn't look like she's going to do anything, but we're going to give another chance. Hopefully she stood up for us here.
Well, welcome back to the river, and same old story. Same old story. Looks like nothing has happened. There's no progress. Of course, there is a lot of progress in not going to cross. That is the progress they're making. And they're putting all efforts not to face the river, because now they're facing all their heads outside towards, the plains. And I don't know when they're going to decide to go back towards the river, but looks like everybody is facing outwards towards the plains. Maybe somebody is talking and they're all listening, so I don't know. It looks like something is happening, because the wildebeest are standing still, and most of the zebra, and there's no movement at all towards the river. So I'm thinking maybe somebody is addressing them and asking them to go cross, or telling them that it's not dangerous this time of day, or telling them they don't need to cross. So I actually don't know what's happening. It is another very interesting behavior that still has to be written by somebody who's going to be very patient. I'm going to be amongst them when we write the behavior of what happens by the river, because leader, you ask, why do wildebeest migrate in some places and not other places? First and foremost is that the sheer number of the wildebeest forces them not to stick in one area and to have a continuous movement so that they can have enough to graze on. Of course, while doing this, they do cross borders and move long distances from where they have eaten all the grass and mow it down all the way to the ground and follow the greener pastures where it is, eventually crossing the borders and ending up here in Kenya. And while they're over here, it's not as big as where they come from in Serengeti, so they eat whatever is found here quite quickly, 2 months, 3 months, and then when it's done, they have to follow pastures. So definitely it is for grass purposes. That's why they move from one area to the other looking for grazing land.
Welcome back to Ambient Pinda. Now, of all the animals that I said might come down and drink, I didn't mention anything about buffalo. And that is the species that has been attracted to the water. Look over here, there's quite a couple of buffalo, a reasonably sized herd that's come down. And they're all filing down the banks into this little waterhole. And the lions are aware of it. The three young males are busy staring intently in the direction of the buffalo. They've no doubt heard them and smelled them. I haven't seen the lioness. I don't know what she's doing. I don't know if she's also detected the buffalo. She surely must have heard them by now with the amount of noise that the buffalo have been making. Their grunts and bellows. But look at that young male there. And how intently he's staring. These lions have gone into this little eroded gully here. They're lying in the shade there. No doubt the lioness trying to move herself a little bit away from the water to make herself less conspicuous. And luckily her youngsters have followed her down there, otherwise they might give her away. But I still haven't seen her as yet. She was lying with those two young males there, and she's disappeared. I wonder if she's looped around. It is pretty unusual. We've spoken about it quite a couple of times. It is pretty unusual here at Ambient Pinda for lions to hunt buffalo, just because there is such an abundance of other smaller, easier to catch prey. But you never know. And certainly these young males are looking pretty interested. Although I think for them it might just be a bit of ambition. But I'm really hoping that they do. I think the odds of them actually being able to catch a buffalo are very, very, very small. But it would be really amazing if they would maybe just go up over the lip and just look at the buffalo to see how the interaction would happen. And it's almost like they lost their nerve a little bit. At the start, they were really confident. The one young male was stalking right up towards the edge of this little gully and peering over the top, looking in the direction of the buffalo. Listen to the bellows of the buffalo off to our left. The herd is still filing down, and there is a very small calf in there, everybody. Samantha, you're asking if buffalo have got very thick skin. Samantha, they're not the animals with the with the thickest skin out here in the African bush, but they do have a very tough and thick hide. The animals that are typically known for having the thickest hides are elephants and hippos and rhinos as well. But they will most definitely have very thick hide, but not the thickest hide. Look at that old bull there coming through the screen. And there's still more and more buffalo filing in from behind us. And interesting that they're still standing around here. They obviously haven't caught the scent of these lions. Like we said, the wind is blowing from the other side of the waterhole, from that hillside towards us. And these lions are down in that little eroded gully. Oh, look at the one young male in front of us. He's crept forward. He's taken the initiative. Look at him there. Is he trying to peer over the top of the lip without being seen? Look at how his ears are spread out to the side. Oh, if one of these buffalo just moves over the hillside and comes towards these lions, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Look at how he's trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. He's trying to blend into the grass. And now lying down to patiently wait and watch and listen to see what happens. So far he's doing a pretty good, well, all three of them are doing a pretty good job of being inconspicuous, but they're going to need to be a little bit more forward. It's almost like they're all in sync in terms of their little plan that they've got to try and stalk these buffalo. These young bulls with their ambition. Sorry, these young males with their ambitious attempt here to try and stalk a buffalo. But I think that their bluff will be called. I mean, yeah, I think if they do go over the top here and actually try to approach one of these buffalo, I think they'll be sent scattering. I'm really hoping that one of these buffalo move down towards where these lions are to see if there's a bit of an interaction that happens. And it is possible. There's still a lot of buffalo that are coming in. But for now, while there's like a little bit of a stalemate going on, we're going to sit tight. Myself and Craig will let you know if anything changes.
Buffaloes and lions are mortal enemies, and they do not like each other. Elephants don't give chances to lions, and when there's a bit of interaction between the two, the elephants are always outright winners. A huge bull here we got. And I'm looking at him carefully. He got a single horn, or rather single tusk, sorry. And I would think just because of age, see whether they can hear him uproot the grass or the plants he is picking up. Bungay, do you want me back up a little bit? Or are you happy there? Back up. Bungay is the gentleman on the camera. He wants me to back up a little bit. Huge bull. Just hold him for a few seconds. Keep coming. Okay. And he's trying to show us he's truly a male. Can tell he's putting out his genitalia there. And not boy, I would believe. And I'm looking at his hindquarters. They don't look to be in very good shape. To me, this is just age and not sickness. Typical for bulls to be on their own, feeding. Jerry, that's an interesting question. Would this male be able to recognize his family? I would say, Jerry, yes. I mean, elephants are intelligent animals. I mean, you have heard Jerry having a big pee break, then a poo break. And you can see how big his penis is. And we have always said, you know, good memories like elephants. But in short, elephants are bright animals. And so many things they would know. I'll not be surprised, Jerry, to say that he would be able to recognize his family one way or the other. Or maybe a family he has interacted with, a family he has lived with. It's very possible. Slowly going away. If you look in the tree line there, there's some hippos in the background. I like the direction he's going into. Huge male. Not sure why he got his penis out at the moment. He hasn't seen any females. That happens once in a while. And sometimes you'll see the penis just rubbing the ground or the grass as he moves feeding. Can't remember the last time we checked the weight of an elephant penis, but it weighs a couple of pounds. It's a very heavy organ. So it could be wrong having said he doesn't look in good shape because of his hindquarters, but I think it's just showing us he is still at his best. Well, Ellie, continue enjoying your spaghetti, and maybe we'll catch you later.
Right, so what we're looking at here is a blacksmith lapwing that's on the bank of a leopard dam. We weren't sure if it was dead or alive for a long time because it was just sitting there very, very still. But what I think it's doing is it's staying still, looking for, you know, anything to eat. It eats all the beetles that might come down to the water's edge. It's quite a beautiful spot for it in the shade. There are lots of greenery around it. Good spot for that lapwing. So you can see there's a lot of greenery around the edge of the dam because it's getting warmer now. Sun and water and warmth equals green vegetation starting to grow. And the other thing I wanted to look at is these beautiful nests just in one of these tamboti trees on what used to be a little island. And these look like village weaver nests. And they're just swinging like pendulum in the wind here. It's good though. That's how they stay safe from any predators like monkeys that might want to steal their eggs, or snakes that want to eat their youngsters. It's very cool. And if you look, so there's those ones there. If you look 3 doors down, just to the left there, you might find one that's only half finished. And it's very interesting to watch them building their nests because, I mean, of course, they don't have hands like we do. I'm not sure how they make, you know, like a slip knot or something just to start off, and they slowly add onto that as they go. It's really, really wonderful to watch, and it doesn't take them long. So one male will make 3 or 4 nests to entice a female, and if, you know, many weaver species, if the female is not happy with the nest, she'll destroy it. And then he'll have to build another one. So this might have been, you know, 3 or 4 males that started to make these nests. And then amongst the thicker branches there, you can see the nests of the red-billed buffalo weavers there. And, you know, they're all together like this because it helps them fend off any massive attack that they might get from, you know, predators of anything, especially birds. You know, they can mob anything that comes there. We've seen African harrier hawks often coming to these nests, sticking their legs in and their heads to try and fish out any chicks. And with all the birds around, they can defend quite successfully. They're real village people, these birds. They like to be all together. Cocoa leaf, it depends on the weather and, you know, anything that might be coming to damage these nests to get to the chicks. But, I mean, sometimes you see nests there for years and years hanging in these trees. But more than likely, probably just 2 or 3 seasons at the most. They'll get used by the weaver this season, now that it's been made, and then other birds will use them once the weavers are no longer interested. Often things like finches and waxbills and will use these nests after the weavers are finished with them. I don't know if weavers reuse their nests year after year. I don't think so. They're very, very industrious at making new ones, and they're very good at it. So I don't think they really reuse them. So many other birds will use them. So the weaver, just 1 season, but the other birds might use them again for a few seasons, which is quite clever. You know, they're working smart, not hard, which I'm a big fan of. You can see the beautiful vegetation around. It's very, very dry away from the water and then green at the water's edge. So it's all kept very short, though, by animals like buffaloes, which come down and feed, and impalas, which there were a few around. You can see every now and again some birds flitting around. You know, we had a whole flock of swifts that just came over us a little bit earlier. And I think they were probably catching insects that are being blown along in this sort of persistent breeze that we get. At least nice and warm. Now that the sun is out, I've even taken my fleece off. That's when you know it's good. There's our Iron Maiden standing still as a statue over there. I'm sure it's going to catch something. If we waited here long enough, we'd see a kill, which is always spectacular to see. Sometimes they can be real killers. But, you know, they are very effective at what they do. I love having birds around wherever I'm staying, especially around the camps, because, you know, around this season now, the mosquitoes start getting active, and having lots of birds around, especially insect-eating birds, means that they keep away all the little creepy crawlies that might pester us. You can even see, even at this distance now, even though it's still just the tail end of winter, springtime, you can already see a little bit of heat haze, just, you know, at the 50 or meters or so that this bird is away from us. So it's incredible how quickly the weather changes once the right season comes. Oh, there's a nice big flock of quelea ahead of us. I don't know if that would be able to be on the camera there. I don't know if you'd be able to spot it. Do you see just on the edge there, they're sort of coming down? Oh, no, they're just all flying now. God, stay there. So, oh, there, you just catch them. You see all the quelea coming down? So quelea are seed eaters. So they're a real pest for crop farmers, you know, eating all the corn. That's why they've been heavily persecuted in the past. But they are out here fairly safe from anyone.
No changes here yet with this development here with the buffalo and the young male lions, although it seems that the one youngster that was most brave, the one that we saw earlier peering over the little lip and trying to get a better view of the buffalo, has now chickened out and slunk back to join his brothers. He's back there in the thicket, and we've also managed to spot where their mother is. She is very difficult to see. You can only just make out a bit of her tawny flank. But yeah, she couldn't be less interested in his buffalo, it doesn't seem. So obviously her hunger is not great enough. There she is, somewhere back through there. Yeah, obviously her hunger not great enough to warrant her trying to take on a buffalo. Of course, even her by herself, even if she did want to try, it would be a monumental effort to try and bring down a buffalo, even if it was just a calf. No doubt the rest of the herd would rally to come to its defense. It seems like it was all just a show, these young males. Bit of bravado. And they've now retreated back to the safety of that little gully, lying in the shade, but still listening to the last of the buffalo as they finish up with their drink before they continue. Oh, there's an Inyala down there at the water. If only that lioness... This is what I was saying earlier. The hotter the day gets, the more animals are going to come down to drink and start to quench their thirst. But that lioness is going to need to get into a slightly better position for this. That's more the kind of animal that she'd be waiting for. Grayskull, you're saying with the lions being so badly outnumbered here, if they would be at risk if they did decide to hunt? Grayskull, absolutely. What they do have to their advantage if they did try to hunt hypothetically is they are downwind of the buffalo. The buffalo don't know that they're here. The lions would have the advantage of the element of surprise, and so they'd come running out and they would have chosen a buffalo to go for, and the sudden surprise of the lions rushing out would cause the buffalo to run. If they were successful in actually grabbing one, though, that buffalo would begin to distress call, it would begin to bellow, and those calls of distress would cause the rest of the herd probably to turn around and come back and rally and come to the defense of their fallen herd mate. and then they would then probably drive the lions off. So yes, grayscale, for lions to hunt buffalo in a big herd like this, it can be quite a challenge, because you've not only got to deal with the actual animal that you're trying to bring down and its own strength and its own sharp horns, but also the collective strength of the rest of the herd and all the horns that they have. Oh, lions, you don't know what you're missing out on here. That's exactly the size, like I said, exactly the size prey that they'd be looking for, is that young male Nyala that's come down to drink. Look at how nervous it is. Constantly repositioning and peering up over the edge of this little waterhole. See how steep the walls are. Again, another thing that would be advantageous for the lions is that they'd be able to look over the top of the lip down into the waterhole and see what's drinking down there. Whatever's drinking won't necessarily, of course, be able to look up and see what's on the other side of the lip. But yeah, this lioness has no idea that this Nyala is there for the time being, it doesn't seem. See those 3 young males still lying down there. Look at their ears still pricked. They're still listening to the sounds of the buffalo. The buffalo is still milling around here up at the top of the waterhole. And we drove past, we could smell it. A pile of lion scat. And it looks like the buffalo have gone to investigate that. But it doesn't seem to be causing them too much concern. I think Craig and I are going to wait here for just a little bit longer, just in the hope that this lioness does come up and does perhaps maybe try a bit more actively to see if anything is coming down to the water. And once again, we'll keep you posted if anything changes.
Lions, I may not say they'll hunt when they want, but they'll hunt when they're lucky. Now, if those lions were here, I think they would be spoiled of choice. Zebras, toppies, wildebeest, which forms very good prey for the lions. I've now come to the Mara River, crossing fingers and toes that these animals are going to cross. At the moment, same old, left, right, light, left. And personally, I enjoy seeing that. Finding out who will take the first courage to come across the river. With 3 different species here, it's always very difficult to know who will come out number 1. Jonathan, not once we have seen zebras going across and don't go back. But the wildebeest, more often than not, I would say, do that more. They crisscross the river many times, but zebras, it's very rare for them to cross and then go back, unless there's a concern as they're crossing and they catch up, with a crocodile in the water. Zebras, once they make it through the crossing, of the river, they do not walk backwards. But the wildebeest, Jonathan, as you says, very many times they crisscross and go the other way. Toppies also, Jonathan, are like the zebras. Cross one way, done. They're going to a different crossing area, and mine is just to slowly wait before I move, because I might move from where I am, go to where they're going, and then after another 5 minutes, they make a U-turn and right back here. So patience is very important here. Otherwise, they can frustrate you if you keep following them every place they go. Now, all of them are headed in that one direction. And you also got other visitors there who would like to enjoy seeing them crossing the river. And I'm sure nobody would want to enjoy seeing some of them being lost in the water to the crocodiles. As much as also the crocodiles have to live by catching one or two as prey. It's a beautiful Mara River. And I'm sure you can hear the rapids. About 5-7 minutes drive from where I am is the next crossing. And that's where they're heading to. Now notice half the group of the zebras have stopped. I usually wonder what goes on through their minds. But certainly there's some communication of some sort amongst themselves. A general understanding, you know what, let's move this way and go take that crossing. And they start walking. In the next minute, not really, I think where we were, we got better chances and safer to cross that river. Who knows what they'll do? There's a stallion passing some message maybe to the females. So I've learned my big lesson here. Stay put, don't go anywhere.
Beautiful, beautiful, zebra. Of course, touching water in this kind of a morning, I would delay, but they have to. And it seems also our cat, the llama, she just fallen asleep in this beautiful shed over here. So since we got here, this position we got right now, it's our first position. Last time she were facing very difficult thicket, and now she kind of turned around again and then faced a different position. And that's why we're able to get a little bit of her body. But again, cats sleep unconscious, or most animals do that. So they sleep, but they're also hearing it's active. If anything they can hear, then you see how they will be active. Quickly look around. So you won't stalk this animal, even when you think they are sleeping. Sleeping for them, it's different to our sleep. We're talking about the whisker earlier, how long they are. Look at this. But they help this particular animal, especially at night when they're hunting. So they can control them, forth back, and they are the one that actually allows animal or tell animals the animal can feed. And if there's a places where it's narrow, then they cannot feed to the whiskers, they'll touch these bushes. It means that the animal has to stop. Oh no, I cannot feed here. So the length of the whiskers, both sides of her face, it's equally size of the animal wherever they go through. If this whisker doesn't touch anything, they can feed through free. But height, of course, when they're hunting, it's something they need to be aware of, because height is nothing that can warn them. They have to check for that. But the ears also can help this particular cat able to carry on hunting without being disturbed. So for them, being nocturnal doesn't mean that they don't move during the day. They can kill during the day, again, the problem is that they get so visible than at night, where the darkness takes place. You can see through of this rosette spot we were talking about. Such a beautiful cat. So we're just gonna wait just another moment, see what she does. We are still here with this male lion laying flat down in the shadows. He just had his head up not long ago. There was some excitement with the birds. He was looking at some birds of prey up in the sky, and they were circling, and it was quite interesting. They were right above us, creating almost a prime circle or a perfect circle. And then suddenly something drew his attention, and we saw him, and for a moment we thought he might actually get up, maybe try to stalk something, and then he just suddenly flopped flat down. And this time we can get a little bit of a better idea of why. You can see that full belly. Now, with the carnivores, it's always quite easy to tell whether they've had a good meal or not. And in this case, you can see that rounded belly. And it's amazing how well he's blending into the spot. This particular male, he's got a little bit of a lighter mane, compared to his brother at least, which we did go and have a look for, but I saw that they were laying down somewhere in some tall grass nearby. That's not a very, very good view, so we decided to come back to this guy. Now, I guess we can say these three at the moment, they are stray cats away from the rest of the pride. I think they've left them, and the reason for that is the mating. Well, there's one female. We have been seeing this particular male mating with her up until the last 3 days, and now the other brother within this coalition is mating with her. But it's interesting to see this guy keeps following them. However, they didn't look like they've eaten anything, at least not as big a meal as this one had. And it makes you wonder what he did during his time on his own during the night. Because a male lion like this, these male lions in particular, we know that they are very capable hunters. Even though it's usually thought that the females do most of the hunting. But creatures like buffalo, they'll attempt that even on their own at some points, or younger buffalo especially. A large buffalo might present quite a bit of a problem. Well, it's such a interesting thing, like how specific lions in different areas hunt different things. In particular, these lions in particular, they like hunting buffalo, and often they also hunt giraffe.
From vulnerable bundles of fur, lion cubs quickly grow into their oversized paws, becoming fierce sub-adults who will soon need to pull their own weight in the pride. However, as their manes continue to grow, they still have lessons to learn. Lionesses work hard to sustain growing prides. But sometimes bite off more than they can chew. But whether successful or not, the youngsters are always close by to take note. Not only how to hunt, but also how to defend their hard-earned meals.
Well, I don't think there's going to be any killing of any animals by any lions here anytime soon. The buffalo have all moved off, save for a few stragglers of the herd, and that Inyala has also moved out as well. So that will seal the deal for us, I think, at least for Craig and I. With the lions now seemingly content to lie down there in the shade of this little ravine, I think they provided us a bit of excitement, getting to see those young males reacting to seeing the buffalo coming down towards the water. It was nice to see all the birds as well, the different bird species coming down to drink. We saw that that golden-breasted bunting from earlier, and the emerald-spotted wood dove coming down to drink. A number of different bird species. But now with the sun getting a bit higher in the sky, getting quite intense, starting to burn us, sting a little bit, I think Craig and I are probably going to move out from this area pretty soon to go and see what else we can find for the morning. And leave these lions to keep on resting here in the shade. I'm pretty sure that that lioness is going to keep tabs on this waterhole, and she might, in a little bit, head up towards the edge of this lip and have a look over to see if anything has come down to drink. Otherwise, maybe once it has cooled off a little bit later, maybe she'll go on the move and continue with her search for food.
Beautiful, yeah. Lion's favorite, giraffe, etc., etc. Wow, beautiful cat. Looks like you just heard me. You just heard me saying about the biggest animal that lion can hunt. Also here, this particular cat and the size of the female can hunt anything: impalas, bushbuck, female nyala, that steenbok, grey duiker, this type of antelope. They will hunt in this area. But it looks like she's just gonna be chilling there for now since we got here. She hasn't even stood up. She only switched position, face different way. So there it's getting what I see sunny too much where she is. Probably like that because, of course, morning colder when the sun rise, animal, they will kind of warm up. They still do feel cold as we do, even though they have a thicker layer of a fluffy hair on their body, skin. But they can handle the temperatures, not a problem when it's pouring rain or extremely cold. But that's where when you look for them, maybe you don't find them because they're in hiding places that they do feel cold. Yeah, she lick herself. Wow. Such a beautiful. So now it looks like the sun just gonna listen to the bush. Laura, asking what is my favorite sound in the bush. Pretty much bird sound. Bird sound, it's one of the things that it's so important, especially if you're in the middle of the bush and take your time, sit under the shadow. This is what brings me into this field. Now, as we were just taking that moment of listening around, all I heard was a rattling cisticola, which is the smallest bird around here. You know, a lot of magpie shrike as well, far in a distance. I'd just pick it up sound as well, so far from the camera to be able to hear that audio of them, but I did. So, bird sound. You know, sometimes at night, also same things. You got an owl calling, you got night jaws. You know, sometimes, depending on which season it is. But in the raining season, a lot of frogs also do a lot of sound. Cicadas doing sound. So, but sometimes, sound of birds can, you know, sometimes save your life if you know what you're out there for or what you're looking at. What they do is they can warn you if it's dangerous around you. Or if they don't shout then because of they've seen you, then it means that maybe it's a danger, something else that you might face nearby. You know, since we spend a lot of time watching this leopard not doing nothing, we're gonna leave it and drive around, look for something else.
But from my current position, the only alarm calls out here are just the rapids of the Mara River. I think any other calls or alarm calls will be swallowed by these rapids here. My favorite alarm call, I would say, will come from the guinea hens. And guinea hens, I would say 9 out of 10 times, they'll guarantee you some sort of predator when you hear them calling, or alarm calling rather. Excuse me. See how close they are to the water, the zebras. Behind them are the wildebeest and the tortoise. It normally sometimes depends on the day. Anybody could cross number one of the 3 species. But today, my heart is telling me zebras will be number 1. I could be wrong, but today I have a feeling that zebras will come in and do it fast. They may first come have a drink before crossing. This happens many times. Even drinking, they know the dangers they face. They have to be truly careful. So she kind of like licked the water and didn't even have a drop, maybe in the mouth. Sometimes they worry, like the croc could be even where she is, because if you look to the right of that zebra there, there's a croc there somewhere, Bungay. Can't see very well from here, but I think if you punch into the, there somewhere, it's definitely a crocodile there. Just on the very edge of the water and those rocks. Yes, it is a crocodile. See how close they are from each other. Zebra, do you know where you're going? Are you sure you want to cross? Look to your left. Tell me what you see. She turned back. Not because she saw the croc, but just like, too dangerous to go. That's a young one. And maybe the young one sometimes, not knowing what to do, she might like, boom, let's go, let's do it. But I can tell you, it's always a very difficult decision to make. And Bex in the final control thinks Let's do it. Maybe not. You can do it if you want. You can. And when I look at the possible phrase that crocs get more of the three than the other, I would say they get wildebeest more, followed by the toppies, and zebras number 3. Zebras are more efficient, more robust, much faster. I don't want to say much smarter than the wildebeest and the toppies, but they do it better than the other two when it comes to crossing the river. Last week we lost 2 wildebeest babies. In this particular area we are, with a small group of about 7, because I was with them for a long time, so I counted them. They went crossing, and at the other end of the river, only 5 made it. 2, unfortunately or fortunately, of the youngsters did not see the light of the day. Sad for those wildebeest, happy for the crocodiles. And then we saw 1 young wildebeest that kept coming back and forth. And I kept thinking maybe the 2, that were taken by the crocs could have been very close to her, which made me a little bit sad. Not much she would have done, and maybe she was trying to come and find out their fate, maybe come rescue them. And I kept saying, you try to rescue them, you'll also go the same road. Very, very relaxing rapids that I want to continue enjoying as I watch these animals.
So we've just witnessed the mating of these 2, where the female is still on her back. Usually when the male finishes, she'll roll around and then up and there she puts her leg down. But he was busy marking and then decided to lay down as well. And what's interesting about this situation is, if we have a good look at the male, you'll see the female doesn't really pay attention to him at this point. Now have a look at him. He is quite aware of what she's doing, even though it doesn't look like it. It looks like he's actually falling asleep a little bit. The sun's really warming up now, and I'm sure these lions are pretty tired after this mating session. Now, the females, they are pretty great pretenders when it comes to mating. This particular lioness, this has been quite a few days, and at this point we don't see her initiating the mating anymore. You can see she's laying down there, the tail's flicking, so she is still awake. And when we saw her mate with the other male, he used to lay near us. He was very protective. She would get up and then try and initiate it, hit him through the face with the tail. Where at this point, she keeps moving away. And then this male catches up to her. He tries to stop her with a paw on the back. And because these females are induced ovulators, he probably stands the best chance of actually being able to conceive cubs with her. And then we wait for quite a few minutes before any action happens again. see the breeze is blowing. It's a nice spot. This it is a little bit. Ooh. Don't know what happened there. I think it was maybe a piece of grass or something that hit her in the face. The wind, there was a gush of wind that just blown through, but this might get in reaction from the male as well, so let's see what she does. No. And she just went straight down, turned around. Not much of a change. Bobbin, false estrus. I'm going to give my best attempt to explain it, but we do know that with lionesses, they often have a false estrus when they have cubs on occasions, and there's other males that come into the area. And it is like going into estrus, everything is the same from the male side. And he thinks that he is mating with a female, but in the meantime, she won't become pregnant. Now, the exact biological process of that, I can't give you a very clear explanation of, and I'm going to have to read up and research that myself. But I do know that it's almost like at some point, these cats do have to use whatever means they can to stay out of the bad books of the males. Because if the males do get any suspicion of that, they might go and they might look for the cubs, and in that case that would be quite bad for the young ones. You can see at this point, now it's really warming up, so the breeze at the moment is helping them out a lot to cool down. And even though it doesn't look like it, there has been a lot of tension between the two males as well, so we constantly saw the one looking in the other one's direction. I think we'll sit here for a little while longer and see what happens.
Once in a while you get, all this friction going on between males, and that is nothing out of the ordinary. I remember there was a time we had two coalition males and there was a takeover going on, and one particular coalition wanted to control a bigger territory than what they had, and you do not want to see those fights going on. And what happened? One of the youngsters in one of the coalition was brought down, and in the process of trying to attack the other and jumping up in the air to land on one of the big males, he broke his spine, and that was rather sad. But stuff that we see every other day out here. Now, the number of these zebras has built up a little bit. And pressure sometimes comes into play, where you would imagine, amongst themselves saying, come on, guys, we can do it. Let's do it. We can. I mean, we are many. We are strong. We could be good swimmers. We need a couple of seconds to be on the other end. Yes. And then at the same time, I would imagine others are like, oh, this is a very dangerous game to do. I can't see a single wildebeest in this particular lead or head of the animals that I'm expecting to cross. Zebras. And I just hope they're going to prove me correct, that when I would see 2, 3, 4 different species by the river, zebras will always take the lead. Go. Are you going for a drink? Or you want to cross? Now, that one, I can tell you, has seen the croc. But again, as I said, I'll sit. You can tell she has seen the crocodile there. I'm sitting here waiting.
Well, we've got something a little less scary than crocodiles trying to chase zebras. We've found something very unique, though. This is the nest of a grey penduline tit, and that nest is made almost exclusively from bits of spiderweb and wild cotton. It's very, very soft and felty, and it's actually a weaved nest. It's hollow inside, and we've talked about it before. It's very interesting. They've got a special hidden entrance. So they usually have one very obvious entrance, which I think is on the right-hand side. You can't see it clearly. And then one which you have to actually lift up. It's like a fold that you have to lift up, and then you can see there's another secret entrance. That's where the bird will go in. Now, we saw it at the nest not long ago, maybe a couple of minutes. I'm hoping it's going to come back. It's probably got chicks in there, or an egg, or eggs, that it is busy trying to keep warm, and or if it's got chicks fed. So you can see it's up at the top of this knob thorn that's not flowering yet. And it will be very, very interesting if we get to see it come back. It's always nice to see. So, yeah, not as scary as crocodiles and zebra. You know, I always, think about what people would have thought if they saw like crocodiles for the first time. Imagine dragons, like at water, like people who've never seen a crocodile. It's crazy. But these birds are very interesting. They're very tiny, very small, smallest birds in the whole. Penelope, they certainly do lay eggs year-round. As far as I'm aware, there'll be a peak usually around the springtime. Generally speaking, there's a very specific mating season, but anything can lay an egg at any time of year. But generally speaking, birds will start their courtship round about now and lay their eggs soon or round about now. And then it will mean that the food that they're after will be abundant when the chicks are getting to their independence or their adulthood. So they'll be able to look after themselves. Remember, everything is about energy conservation and success. So they want to lay their eggs at the time when they'll be most likely to be successful.
Speaking of all the eagles of various species that we get here, as we were discussing earlier, the migratory birds of prey that have started to come back, the Wahlberg's eagles. Here is a large brown eagle perched up on a tree, but it is not a Wahlberg's eagle. Have a close look at those legs and how they are bare. There's no feathers on them. And then also have a look at its head. It's got quite a big head in relation to its body size, and almost a bit of an egg shape to it, I suppose you could say. It is a brown snake eagle, and you might be wondering why there's so much white on it, and it's just because of the way that the wind is blowing. We've spoken a couple times today about how strong the wind has been blowing, just ruffling this bird's feathers a little bit, showing a bit of a white underlayer. But it's perched up there on that dead tree there, busy scanning the ground. Have a look at the burnt section behind it. Quite a lot of ground that's been burnt in this area. And as sad as it sounds, imagine all the little creatures that are now a bit more exposed. Things like the snakes and lizards that this eagle will be after don't have as much place to hide. And so they'll be easier for it to spot using its super sharp eyesight. It's strange how the burnt landscape, I don't know if the camera will quite pick it up, but looking at it with the naked eye, that landscape behind this snake eagle is that very dark black, almost like a deep purple color almost to it. And we've been speaking a bit about spring, and I'm sure that as the rains of spring start to come through, there'll be some fresh flushes of green that will come through and transform this landscape into a vibrant field of green.
Welcome came back to the Mara and looked out at how beautiful it is after the short rains we've been receiving. This is the kind of habitat that I'm looking at right now. This time, that is what we call open savanna. Immediately after me, and then way back there is wooded savanna. These are, places where, we find antelopes, very many, and a wide variety of them, from eland, taupe, Grant's gazelle, Thompson's, impala, all of them are here. Not to forget that there is a cat somewhere down there, but it's hard to see it. Yeah, these plains, rejuvenate after all the animals have been here, and they move on. They normally leave their droppings after utilizing all the grass, and then the sun dries up the droppings. Then the rain comes and the new grass grows, which is even highly nutritious than the previous, grass. Way down there is the Mara River, where there's lots of trees, and across the other side, those are called paradise plains, just because when you're there, you look, and of course, it looks like paradise. I don't know how paradise looks like, but it looks like that. I am very close to Olololo escarpment, and that's why I can have this amazing view of the Mara. Many trees here and there. Of course, there is somebody hiding amongst those trees. When I look down there, I can hardly see anything, but it doesn't mean that it is empty. For sure, there could be a pangolin, an aardvark, a jackal, civet. I see some warthogs over there on the screen. They're very busy. They're very busy, grazing. You see them. This is the sort of area where predators come out during the day and stop where I am, pinpoint what they're going to go for, and then slowly start making their way and stalking their prey.
Beautiful Mara, back to Lawfield. So here we left our beautiful Kalamba, and here we just come across this beautiful impala also lying down. And reminding me of how this morning she was active in terms of hunting, but there was nothing around that we've seen out there. So impala so far away from her, but also a small mixed group of impala that taking it easy here. So 2 young males also in this group, 1 young female and a big male back there. So there's every time this one's chewing cud. Most of them, when easy for antelope or most ruminant animal, when they chew cud, sleeping, it works better, except for giraffe. They always stand up when they do that. But with such a small antelope like this, it works better when they're lying down chewing cud. But also they, lie face different way, different angle, different position for that scanning around for safety. Even though behind them it's a thicket. So what they do, they actually aim the direction of the wind. Especially when they try and hide away from the wind, but also it's clever that they still understand they can smell whatever is on the other side of the wind, since the wind blows to them. And this is how it makes them alert if there's anything around. Here's a second male. There's a third male here in this group. Got a mixed group, like I say. So small group of impala. It's a rank group of impala, a rank of impala in a group. Got the shiny coat then is now showing because of now, the weather condition changing, sunny and they get slightly warmer. So they weren't going to be fluffy as they were this morning. Scratching. We'll leave them in peace. Hopefully go back to sleep again.
While those impalas go back to sleep again, these lions are still sleeping. You can see the only thing that's moved now is the right leg is put up in the air, and that piece of skin with the thinner fur underneath is exposed. You can see the grass is moving in the front if you look carefully. And the ears twitching. And this lioness is laying straight out in the sun, so she is basically busy cooling down. And have a look at that. It looks like she's fast asleep actually. I don't even see the ears twitch or the eyes. And I know that there's a lot of flies around at the moment, but with the male laying right next to her, I think most of them is attracted to him. Out of the two, I'm sure he's the smellier one. And it actually looks like he's gone down to sleep as well. Now, when these lions mate, at the beginning of those up to 7 days or so that they can be together, it's usually a lot more regularly, almost with regular 15-minute intervals, 15 to 17 minutes. And then towards the end, in the last few days, it is almost impossible to put an exact number to it. And I think now that we're going into the warmer part of the day, they probably won't try and mate as often. Now I always, the male's just up. Maybe let's have a look. I think he's going to go investigate. Just sniffing the paw, gentle touch by the nose. And that's the sign, the silent cue that he's interested. But it is a touchy situation. You can never just try and approach or try and attempt, because she is upside down. She's got her weapon, so to speak, her claws at ready. And she'll easily try and give him a couple of slaps or cuffs through the face if he doesn't watch it. But look at, he looks like he's almost a little bit irritated. Kylie, this male lion, if she doesn't want to mate, he might get aggressive, and I have seen that in the past. But what I found is interesting between the two males here, this one is not so much. He's actually more of a gentleman in a way, compared to his brother. But have a look at that. You can see he is pulling up his face. And if she retaliates in any way, he might at least show some aggression. Well, I think in that case it'll mostly be as a defensive thing rather than to attack her. The other male, I've watched him, he is quite a strange one. In fact, he gets really irritated with the females if they don't want to mate. And I've even seen them growl at them. So you can see he wants to mate at the moment, but she is not very interested. Might even give him a slap with the tail through the face. So when we were looking for them this morning, and when mating lions, or when they mate and they spend those couple of days together, they usually don't move far out of the area. And we often find them by listening out for the sounds of the animals fighting. And that is the best way, because they don't move far, and if they're deep in a block, they might not come out. We might not pick up on fresh tracks. But here we go. Let's see what happens here. That's a tail telling him to come. Look at him stopping her. He's trying his best. No, we might lose them. There we go. Ooh. And that was pretty quick. So, I didn't notice a lot of aggression there, which is quite interesting. Maybe it's also because she has been mating for these couple of days, and she's probably a little bit tired at this stage. Because normally what would happen, she would swing around and try and cuff at the male's face, and he would jump away. In this case, there was a little bit of jumping going on, but it wasn't extremely aggressive from her side. And then we saw him with that intense look, looking off into the distance, trying to see if there's anything that's been attracted to the noises. Those noises sometimes excite the other male when he's nearby, and sometimes he might get up, move over, and even try and challenge the brother to get another chance. And now that he's back down in the grass, you can see how well he's blending in. Paula, these lions will not separate permanently after they've mated. I think directly after they're done here, the two males will probably go on a patrol, especially now after the rains, and then the female will head back towards where her pride is, and she'll go and look for the pride. She will find them probably within a day or two, and we might not see the males for a few days before they come back. But what an amazing way to end the morning, and thank you for all our viewers for joining us this morning, and I hope you can join us again this afternoon.
And carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hello and welcome. Good afternoon. Coming to you live from Djuma Private Game Reserve. My name is Steve. Welcome on board your live African safari. Hello everybody and good afternoon. Welcome on board once again. It is a lovely afternoon here. The rain has cleared. We've had 2 days of solid rain. It is spring in the air. The birds and the animals are very, very happy, and we are out and about and hoping to find you some of our wonderful animals who are probably quite happy that the rain has stopped.